Welcome those who are joining us in the audience and those who maybe join us remote. At this time, as with every meeting, we always begin with invocation. And we'll ask that Councilmember Thompson, where did he get off to? Oh, there. Councilmember Thompson, you mind giving us an invocation, sir?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let us pray. Heavenly dear Lord, we thank you for this day, another day that you have given us. Let us be joyful in all the things that you do, Heavenly Father. Bless these proceedings that we're about to attend to today, Heavenly Father, and let our minds be open to the suggestions and the movement and the future of the city of Fayetteville. Bless all those who are here in attendance and all those who are listening around the city. We ask you for all these things in your son Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Councilmember Thompson. And Council, as we move to Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Well, thank you. As we move to the agenda approval, Council, I have a work commitment at 4, so I may ask for a motion to be excused about 3:30. But we'll cover as much ground as we can. But I'll circle back to you for that if you could consider that at the appropriate time. So as we move to 3.0, was notified by staff that 4.07 and 4.08 need to be reversed. 4.08 needs to be heard before 4.07 is considered. So if we approve the agenda, can we swap those two items out? All right, so there's a motion by Councilmember Hondros, second by Councilmember Hare to approve changes that were made with 4.07 and 4.08. Okay, can we wrap that up in this one? All right, so just for simplicity's sake, I appreciate it, Councilmember Hare. We'll do a separate motion for that, just for the clerk to have accurate minutes. So any discussion on the motion? All right, Council, I'll look to you for your votes. We'll vote on screen for the agenda approval. All right, we're missing one. All right, motion carries unanimous. And Council, now I'll go to Councilmember Hare for...
I move that we excuse the mayor at the appropriate time needed for him to take care of his professional business.
All right, there's a motion by Councilmember Hare. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Hondros. But I heard green. I saw Hondros. All right. So any discussion on the motion? All right, Council, I'll look to you for your votes. I appreciate that. All right. Motion carries 9-1. Those voting opposition is it you, Councilmember McNair? I'm just kidding. All right. All right. So motion carries. All right, Council, moving to 4.01, crime deterrent opportunities in partnership with Fayetteville Metropolitan Housing Authority. Hello, how are you?
How's everyone today?
Good.
You can come on up to the podium, Aaron. This is Aaron Swinney, police attorney.
Good to see you again, Madam Attorney.
Good seeing everybody. This is my first time presenting in front of council and using this software. Always at the bottom.
So whichever one is yours. Basically correct.
Thank you. Well, I have a presentation on my screen, that screen. Okay, now they're all up. This was a request by council to explore ways that the city could work with the Fayetteville Metropolitan Housing Authority on ways to deter crime. And it was decided that the best way to address this concern was to first gather data on whether or not crime is occurring at properties owned by the Fayetteville Metropolitan Housing Authority. And then second, to use that data to engage with the Fayetteville Metropolitan Housing Authority on potential crime deterrent partnership opportunities if it's decided to be necessary. So just to begin with some quick facts, that there are currently 138 properties total under the Fayetteville Metropolitan Housing Authority. And these 138 properties are monitored by what's called the Neighborhood Improvement Team, or NIT. The NIT consists of 4 officers, and it was created through a contract with the Housing Authority and the Fayetteville Police Department. These officers are employed by the Fayetteville Police Department, but their salaries are paid by the FMHA, and they receive benefits through the Housing Authority as well. And these officers visit the multifamily complexes daily and the scattered sites at least monthly. And just to backtrack a little bit, when I say these scattered sites, I mean single-family dwellings in comparison to apartment complexes. But they all fall under the 138 properties. Additional information about the Neighborhood Improvement Team. They are specifically designated to assist the FMHA. They patrol the properties, they conduct background checks on new tenants, they assist in maintaining the trespass list, conduct apartment checks with the housing managers, they attend the hearings for tenants, they provide traffic enforcement, and investigate both misdemeanor and felony incidents that take place on the Housing Authority properties. Now, just going back to the original purpose of us being here, one of the requests was to collect the data, and this is the data taken from the Neighborhood Improvement Team. Some points I would highlight would be under hearings, where you see the number 221 for the year. There is a fairly close to 100% eviction rate once it reaches the hearing stage, and officers believe that, well, again, let me back up. The data that you see here suggests that the crime rate of the Fayetteville Metropolitan Housing Authority is actually lower than the remainder of the city. From my time being placed with the Fayetteville Police Department, I would say that the year-to-date data for the Housing Authority is possibly right at the weekly data rate of the actual city. So with that said, I would say again that the crime rate of the Fayetteville Metropolitan Housing Authority is lower than the rest of the city. You also might be curious as to why there is an increase from 2023 to 2024 in all categories. And that increase is because back in 2023, they were still operating under COVID restrictions. Right now, those restrictions have been lifted, so officers are able to better serve the area, which would explain the, again, increase. Also, the traffic stops and field contacts that are listed for 2024 are not noted in 2023 because this is the first year that the data for these two specific categories have been separated from the remainder of the city. So to address the two central questions, is there crime at the Fayetteville Metropolitan Housing Authority? Technically, yes, but I would suggest that there is crime all over the city. However, the crime at the Housing Authority is at a lower rate. In terms of the crime that is at the Housing Authority, they're not necessarily violent offenses. Speaking behind Lieutenant Bohannon, who's been over the NIT team for the past 2.5 years, it's his understanding there hasn't been a murder on the actual Housing Authority properties since he has been the lieutenant over this field. And the incidents that are at the Housing Authority tend to be more of a trespass or domestic situations that don't lead to violence. In terms of whether or not there's a need to explore partnerships opportunities with the Fayetteville Metropolitan Housing Authority, it's my understanding that there is already a partnership in place, which is the NIT program that I was speaking about earlier. But of course, if it is council's request that additional opportunities be explored, of course, we will do our best to fulfill those obligation or fulfill that request. And I'll be happy to answer any questions. at this time.
I do have a question, and I'll come to Councilman Hare. So, Madam Attorney, thank you for that. I'm looking at a July 12th WTVD special on this particular Cross Creek Point. And the title of it is, "I'm Afraid for My Life." Tenants at Cross Creek Point said after constant shootings. And so the young lady described having her car shut up numerous times, 2 shootings in the buildings that she occupies. And she quotes and says, "Every other day we have to duck and dodge. It doesn't matter day or night. We're horrified. We have kids playing in the park. How much longer do we have to have before something is done?" So in these stats, I don't see anything that says, so you mean to tell me that in none of the publicly owned spaces that Housing Authority has, we haven't had one shooting call, one, assault, one anything? So all I see now is background checks, application. This looks like the Housing Authority's records for notices for eviction, that kind of thing. So where are the criminal calls? Are they saying that there are no criminal calls in here?
I believe they would fall all under the calls for services, which for the year to date would be 414.
Right. And so I guess the part that I'm having trouble with is that would be useful information to really get an idea about what's happening over there. And you're talking 138 properties versus 62,000. So I don't know. How's the statement that their crime is less than the city's crime when they're a part of it? You know what I mean? So that's an unfair statistic, 138 versus that. So, and I know it's not fair to probably ask you that. Who's the police, Mr. Buchanan, you said?
Lieutenant Bohannon.
Lieutenant Bohannon. So I kind of wanted to know about the calls for service breakdown as to what the violent crimes were, because this was a news special, a couple of specials that talked about multiple shooting incidents. So I'm kind of curious to see how we reconcile those two realities there.
I do not have that answer off the top of my head, but I will gladly try to reach out to Lieutenant Bohannon with the concern.
Okay. All right. Chief, will you? Oh, okay. All right. Councilman Hare.
Mayor, I was going to. Same thing. My concern was the same thing. I was going to ask about that because I had written that one down about the shootings. So I really won't go any further. You asked the questions that I was going to ask, but what I did want to understand a little bit better, you say we had how many police that do that on a regular basis as far as go through our public house? Did you say 4?
4, yes, sir.
And once again, because I have spoken to a few folk, and especially those that are right there off Murchison Road at Rosemary, just a couple of days ago, of some shootings, and they weren't mentioned. So I was just wondering, I know that when it goes out into the categories, it is kind of listed how the categories are, but does it take away that it's this particular location? I don't, because normally we do get the location. So unless the people didn't report it. Now, they could not have reported it, but I was told on last Tuesday that there were shootings in the Rosemary, for example, community. And so that was just my same kind of concern. What does our officers say? Is it anything additional that they think that they may need to take care of our public housing, or do they feel that what we have in place right now is working? Is anybody going to help her?
I would say
If I can.
that.
Yeah. Chief will come up in just a moment, but what she was able to share with you was that we do this in partnership and under contract with the Housing Authority.
Right.
They are a public housing authority. The mayor appoints all the members of the board.
Right.
But in essence, they are a property management company. And it's no different than we would do for Little Young or others. They need to provide their security for their properties. And they do that by screening their tenants really well, holding hearings and evicting people who are problematic as well. But in addition to that, they have formed this partnership with us. I would encourage y'all to take this win. And that the perception that we talk about of crime in our city, remember we talk about it all the time? The perception of crime versus the reality of crime. And the data that she's displaying is showing that, at least on the property, not around Rosemary, because I get those calls too, that people are in the neighborhoods. But the actual folks who are called and responding. Now, we'll go back and we'll verify the data, because I think the mayor and council member here asked some really good questions. Want to drill down in that 491, was it calls for service?
414.
414. We'll drill down in that and we'll get you that back as a report. But what we're able to show is that we are providing, with the housing authority, safe, affordable, and clean and quality housing. We just don't have enough of it. But yes, I get the complaints as well, as you do, about shooting around the neighborhoods. I was talking to Mayor Pro Tem. I had to call about the other house across from me last night. They were having an illegal house party. Who's my representative talking about house party? In my neighborhood, yes. Well, remember, there was a shooting right across the street on Christmas Eve. So the reality of the housing authority compared to the reality that I live in my neighborhood, I like that one better at the moment. But Chief, do you have anything that you would add, Mayor, if you can, about the housing authority partnership?
Well, we'll let Chief go, and then I have a couple more council members with questions.
So for those who didn't know, I worked housing authority many, many years ago back, and it's changed dynamically over the past decade. And what we've seen is properties such as the old Campbell Terrace, the old Groveview Terrace. You know, those were traditionally housing authority properties where we responded, we did the house checks, we did all those things for those individual neighborhoods. That responsibility has sort of transitioned away from the housing authority officers, and we do have instance, and I think it's good that we keep our officers within that housing authority to help do the background checks, to help make sure that they're getting into the right people, the people who truly deserve the assistance with the housing, to make sure that they don't create problems within those neighborhoods that they're in. But outside of that, as we look traditionally, you know, where we may have had a lot more incidents years ago, they don't count towards some of those properties that went to other responsible areas, as opposed to falling under the Fayetteville Metropolitan Housing Authority. We currently have 4 officers that help them do their background checks. They do their on-sites. If there's a complaint, there needs to be an apartment check or a residential check with those. But they do the traffic stops in those areas. And remember, just because a 911 call comes from a location, that doesn't mean that's going to be the end-all, be-all location of an actual incident. We've had incidents where we were called to 123 Hay Street, where the incident actually occurred, 123 Morganton Road. But so when we actually cull through the list and we look at what actually occurs on housing authority properties, what is reported on housing authority properties, and what calls for service generate, I think that's where that breakdown comes that you're looking at here. So they may have heard of some shootings around Rosemary Street that weren't generally attached to a Rosemary Street incident.
All right.
What were the other questions?
It was just a breakdown for the calls for service, but I think they have it.
Okay.
Because, and that would be helpful to understand that. All right. Councilmember Thompson and then Benavente.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just had a simple question. Out of the few number of housings, what were the 221 hearings for?
The 221 hearings would be for violations to determine whether or not evictions were necessary at the time, based under the zero tolerance policy.
Is that abnormally high?
It just depends. If we're talking about a trespasser, you know, that doesn't break those individually down, whether it's trespasser, use of drugs, an arrest that was made from that incident. That doesn't really break that down for us. In this slide, that's something we can get for future information. But the hearings are just, there's been some kind of an allegation of a violation, and that hearing is to determine whether it was a violation that was worthy of that eviction notice.
Thank you.
All right. Councilman Benavente.
Thank you. Attorney, could you move to the second slide? The one after this. I feel like you had a slide that said, to describe a little bit about what the partnership looks like between you and FMHA, or the city police department and FMHA. Could you describe what that partnership, what that means exactly?
With the
It
four.
might have been the last slide where it might have been like what you were recommending we do. There it is. There is already a successful partnership in place through the NIT program. Could you say more about what that is?
That would be the 4 officers in place
Oh,
that
I see.
monitor the crime in the area.
I see. Thank you. Thanks for that clarification. Yeah, I think you said that it was almost 100% of the time that they go before a hearing that an eviction occurs.
That is my understanding, yes.
I mean, that to me sounds like when an issue does come up, and obviously there's evidence for it, it gets addressed, you know. So, I mean, it makes sense to me that, you know, this area has got positive numbers compared to the rest of the city if, you know, they're sort of nipping these issues right there in the bud as soon as it happens. I think beyond that, this is another reason why we need a comprehensive approach to public safety because, you know, unfortunately our law enforcement really can't respond until someone gets hurt or somebody, you know, shoots that weapon. But if we want to get to the root issues of what is driving people to want to pick up weapons and, you know, that's what our Office of Community Safety is going to do. I think there'll be an opportunity once we have our director in place to have conversations with FMHA about what kind of programming we can do in that area. And that's going to bring us to maybe addressing some of those concerns in that article that you had read, Mayor Colvin. I think that the law enforcement partnership right now is working as intended if the evictions are happening at almost 100% of the time.
Thank you, Councilmember. And I did have a side bet going on with Councilmember Green that you were going to say OCS in this first comment. So thank you. I'm just kidding with you. All right, Councilmember, did I see another hand? All right. All agreed, buddy. All right. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you, Chief. Thank you to legal and to Ms. Dawn Driggers Weeks. Ms. Weeks, she'll kill me about that. I'm sorry, Ms. Dawn. But thank you. Appreciate that. All right, moving to item 4.02, Text Amendment, Chapter 30. How you doing, sir?
Good. Good afternoon, everyone. See if I can find it here. Okay. All right. This item, we're back to you. This was a Councilmember Hare's request at one time for vape shops and regulations, and hopefully this will pop up here in a minute. There we go. All right. So came in January to us. We were going to review the proposed county ordinance at the time and return. The option here is we can kind of go through this rather quickly. We've got it kind of penciled in for a May planning work session, planning commission. We can come back in June for council to adopt it is kind of the quickest route forward at this time. So the proposed amendment that we have, kind of listening to some of the comments that we had at the last dinner meeting, we made the adjustment. The county has 1,000-foot separation from all those. We bumped that to 1,500. But also added religious institutions as well as an area that we could regulate separation standards for all these uses. So some of the highlights, we would allow it in our commercial districts, the neighborhood, LC, the CC, sort of our commercial districts outside of O&I. And this would, just to manage expectations, this would only affect new retailers in the city of Fayetteville. Those existing uses would become legal non-conforming if they don't meet the standards of separation. And this would be where the sale of tobacco and hemp is primary use of the business. So those convenience, grocery, gas stations that have that as kind of a part of their business would not necessarily affect them the way this is written at the time. Some of the research we did, of course, we did the county. Most of it was county, so Wake County, Cumberland County, a lot of those were similar. Apex, Fuquay, Varina, Knightdale. Jacksonville was interesting in that they had a lot of different separation. The 500-foot separation would be from residential uses. 1,500 feet would be from daycare, schools, parks. 2,000 and so on from similar uses. So we have that in the section there. no more than one use subject to these standards on the same property or in the same building, structure thereof, so you wouldn't have multiple in a strip center, multiple on a single piece of property. And this is part of that definition, that larger, very broad definition of tobacco and hemp retail, consistent with the general statutes. A lot of items here, a lot of things that kratom, all kinds of things. So it's a very broad base for all the vape uses, tobacco and retail. Electronic devices, this is very similar to what a lot of our other communities in North Carolina are doing. So our options, we can move this forward. We've already got it kind of penciled in date for the May Planning Commission. We can send it back, have more discussion. If we get through Planning Commission in May, if that's the desire of council, the quickest we can come back is the end of June for council for adoption. So, any questions?
I did, Councilmember Hare, and then I'll go after that.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, team, for all of the work that you've done thus far. I do like this. I have studied through it before today, and I think it's something that's very, very important. Before I give more remarks, I'd just like to say, just for example, right there at my church, there was a convenience store that has just closed, right on Workson Road across from Kingdom Impact. They could not close that store, or the store went out of business, quick enough before the following afternoon, the hemp shop and vape shop was going up, and the sign is on the building today. And so I wish we really could have gotten this a little sooner. So I do accept, and I hope that council would follow me with this, so I do accept the guidelines that you put forward. I accept and request that it be the 1,500 feet. I don't know if there's anything that can be done about the little convenient store gas station shops that you just mentioned. That is one of the concerns. One of my other concerns is, what about the as far as zoning goes, where we have, I know it's in commercial, but what about where we have commercial, and right behind the commercial, within the 1,500 feet is a residential neighborhoods? And I have a lot of that throughout the district, as I know my fellow council members probably do, but especially on the Merchant Road corridor where it's commercial and you can just like walk right in the backyard into someone's, and so that's where I have a iffy concern. But I've had an iffy concern like that on a number of things over the years, way before there was hemp shops and tobacco smoking vape shop type places. So I don't know if there's anything that we could alter, but I don't want to go too far past that earlier deadline that you spoke on. So I hope to get more support from council today. Thank you, Mayor.
All right. So, question I had, I see here the exclusions were convenience stores, right? And so a lot of these shops that come to mind that I'm thinking about have tobacco, but they also sell chips and cookies and soda. So is that considered a convenience store? And so they would be excluded from this?
Yeah, it depends. So you would think a normal gas station probably has a small amount of vape or some other items. You do have convenience. Yeah, it's similar. I'd say, to make it relatable, a bar versus a restaurant. You know, a bar has to sell X amount to be considered a bar. If they sell enough food, they're not a bar. So that's kind of another area. How much, we didn't get into how much area or how much space.
So that's my question. That what are the definitions, right, to make sure that it's effective? Like, because some of that on the corner of you're talking about the entrance of Eccles Park, Councilmember Hare, across from Kingdom Impact, where that store used to be. So they sold other stuff. So would they have been excluded? You know, that's the point of trying to. If we don't have any definition about, you know, at least the state gives a bar and a restaurant. Did you have to sell, you know, so much food compared to so much alcohol? So what are the parameters that we're dealing with here?
Yeah, so our definition that we took, there's the principal sales and distribution of, so again, that principal sale and distribution. So if it's a a small fraction of. A lot of these are going to come in and apply as a tobacco, hemp, vape shop, retail, and that's when we can flag it. Now, if it is a
Well, I mean, once we pass
Yeah.
the legislation, they'll call it a convenience store. So how do
Yeah.
we address that? Is it objective to who says they consider it one thing or another? I mean, I think the council probably needs to consider some guidelines for staff. That's going to put them in a tricky situation to declare one classification and one another. So you may just want to think about that. All right, Councilmember McNair.
Thank you, sir. You pretty much asked the questions that I was concerned about because, one, there's a food mart in the plaza where my salon is located, and they sell drinks, chips, and all types of other things, and they also have, I don't even know if they have hemp in there, but they have the paraphernalias that they sell. Would that be the type of a convenience store that you are speaking of right now?
It could potentially be, and I'm not a, an ATF expert or ALE expert on what. So some of those other federal or more state guidelines are probably more enforceable than what we could do with zoning at some tape. But it is a gray area essentially. There's a lot that could be changed, but if it is a strictly tobacco, and they're very creative in how they approach and open these businesses.
Yeah, and then two, there's actually one block up, there's a hemp store that just opened, not in vape store that just opened. There's one on Skybow just opened, and there's two actually right there close to me in District 7. We have about 15 or 20. So I think I would I would feel kind of partial if we will allow them to continue to continue as business as usual, and then prevent others from having the same opportunity.
Well, this doesn't grandfather clause them. This doesn't change those that are already existing, right?
Yeah, I heard that, but he
Right.
said the new
All
businesses. Yes, that's what I said.
It's all new, so if they swap out and change out, yes, expand and.
All right, Councilmember Davis.
It's not on. Oh, it's not great. I'm sorry. So, did the county have the religious institutions in theirs as well? Or is that just was?
They did not. They did not have that.
Okay. My only concern with that is if you drive in Fayetteville, there's a church everywhere in Fayetteville. And so, I don't know. I understand the concept of the religious institutions, but like I said, there's a church on every corner in Fayetteville, so I think it's going to cause a little conflict there. So that's just my 2 cents.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I have a question. I'm reading in the packet here, and my biggest question is for the county. Does theirs say that a convenience store it does not affect?
That's pretty much exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
A typical, and that's the thing. That definition probably fluctuates. Convenience of what? Convenience of
So if
retail
I'm
versus-
not mistaken, we've sat at this table before and discussed all this. And the question is, I have to agree with the mayor, a convenience store is, once you understand what something is passed, you don't become a hemp store anymore, you become a convenience store with hemp in the back of the store or in the front of the store. But, I think that we really need to figure out what the boundaries are because we're just changing the name of the store.
Mm-hmm.
That's all we're doing if we do this.
All right, Councilman Hare.
Then could we look at it and specifically, even regardless of what the name is, if it sells that product, Can we make that be the difference in the definition, in the hemp, whatever all the product names are that you were mentioning here, be a part of the description period as far as if it's a convenience store or a hemp vape store?
Yeah, I completely understand. I think in the proposed amendment, maybe adding potentially another line there that is a devotion of a certain amount of space or square footage to would probably, that sounds like what you're asking. So we could say it's where we're saying it's principal use, you could devote a percentage or square footage to that use.
Even if you didn't say percentage or, just the selling of that product, because there's always loopholes for folk to get around things, but if you think that works, that's something that I'm leaving to you guys to help lead us on more. I think if we get to a square footage of the store or percentage of the foot, that's something else that can be fluctuated and changed around versus the tobacco and hemp store products.
Just in general, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Well-
so yeah, I think you could easily say a grocery store that has this, it's principal grocery store. When it gets down to that specific use, if it's not a use associated with a gas station or retail, it's standalone.
Yes, sir.
Perhaps that's more the ones that we can focus on as being principal.
Well, and I think maybe as council, this is good discussion as we discuss that, and I got to go to Councilman Hondos, and then I see Councilman McNair throw her flag up again, but maybe you can come back with a couple of options. I think if we get into limiting it down to who sells specific products, that's going to be a little hard to enforce, and it may catch, some unintended consequences. If Food Line sells, I know they wouldn't, but if they sold a vape paraphernalia or something, it might be a little tough to do. But the square footage or the percentage of sales is what the state uses. But I'd be interested to see if there was a breakdown in those comparisons that you sent us. But I'll go to Councilmember Hondro.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So much of what we do, whether it's stormwater, housing, different parks and rec, in this case, zoning and uses, I always like to be mindful and compare to peer cities. To my knowledge, there's a lot of counties that are doing such policy or ban, if you will, with so many feet between schools and different other uses. You don't see any of our peer cities. You don't see Raleigh, you don't see Durham, you don't see Greensboro, Wilmington, a lot of the cities that are commonly on our list of peer cities. So if you look on, I think it's slide 6, where you have the comparison with Apex, Fuquay, Knightdale, Zebulon, Jacksonville. You're talking, I think Apex has less than 60,000 people. Fuquay, Knightdale, and Zebulon don't even have 20,000 people. Jacksonville, I think, is 70,000 people. So at 210,000 people where we sit, I believe, you just don't see this in more urban areas. So are we going to be the big city and lead on policy like this, or are we going to follow, towns that are much smaller, 30,000 population? So I think it's a struggle in our identity. We talked about that at our strategic planning retreat. Are we a big small town or a small big town? In 2022, the federal government designated Fayetteville a MSA. So we're a metropolitan area, whether we want to or not. So the best thing for us to do is look in the mirror, embrace that we're metropolitan. Now, if critics want to say, well, we don't have other amenities that other metropolitan areas have, that's fair. So let's get after getting those amenities. Later this agenda, we have a theme park on the agenda. So we want different amenities, a river walk, a world-class aquarium, whatever that might be. We need to start planning as a metropolitan area. Metropolitan areas don't have bans like this. The difference between 500 feet in an urban area or 1,000 feet or 1,500 feet and a county or rural area is night and day. 1,500 feet in a rural road is just down the street. 1,500-foot radius in a city center, 1,500 feet blocks out almost all of Hay Street. So we have to be mindful of what our goal is and what we're trying to do. And if the goal is, hey, these businesses, their products are not healthy and they're unfairly targeting youth, but we're not doing anything proactively to teach the youth that, hey, these products aren't good for you. This vape stuff is poison, or these cigarettes are poison. I mean, as a former smoker, I started smoking when I was a teenager. Probably one of the worst decisions I ever made. The best decision was probably when I quit. But we're not doing anything to deter the use of these products except banning the businesses that sell them, where when there's a demand, someone's always going to fill the supply side. So if we banned all the stores and made them close down, then you're just going to have black market sales of these vape products. I mean, the country has been on a war with drugs for 30 plus years. We haven't won it, and you're never going to win it because we're not doing anything for the demand side. So as this sits, if we want to put for me personally, a certain distance buffer between schools, even some churches, because some of them have youth programs and daycares, I mean, I'm okay with that, but banning them from each other, arguably, one of the most unhealthiest things for us is fast food. And we see fast food restaurants right next to each other. I mean, Murchison Road, we got the Murchison Choice Neighborhood Plan, and it's been designated a food desert without a lot of fresh food options. What you do have on Murchison Road, you got a Hardee's, you have a new Circle K gas station that sells fast food, you have a Chick-fil-A broke ground, you have these fast food places, and they're arguably the worst thing health-wise for any of obesity is way worse than vape and smoke, so we're not doing anything for that. Thank you, sir.
All right. Councilmember McNair and Thompson.
I just have a simple question. The problem with hemp, I don't think you talked about that, and versus tobacco, versus alcohol, versus unhealthy foods. So I think those are the things that really resonate with me when it comes to the hemp product. What are the issues with hemp?
I don't know all the issues about that. I'm not an expert. I don't partake. So
but that's
I
what
don't.
he's up there. So I'm like, look at.
Yeah, that's a fluid topic about legality and all kinds of uses.
The reason why I asked you that is because for like 7 years, I market hemp product.
If it's not your principal,
And there was nothing
use,
wrong with hemp products, so now I'm confused.
Yeah.
I'm confused.
Councilmember.
Yeah, I was just saying
Well, I
that
don't know
hemp
that he
has
has
more
it.
health benefits than alcohol does.
Well, I think we're kind of deviating from
Yeah.
where we were, but let me go to Councilmember Thompson, then to Mr. Hewitt, and then we'll see if we can move on.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to make a small point. Either we can be 100% right or our peer series can be 100% wrong. But we're not going to go along just to get along. I think the number one thing we should be looking at the outcome of this item is to protect our kids. The kids are our future. If you want to look at hemps, just look at where they're located and then come back and tell me. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, Mr. Hewitt, then Mr. Hondros for the final round, I see.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor and Council. Will's here to give a report, but he's also here to gather information and questions that the Planning Commission can help answer. So I think the questions that we've heard so far are better definitions for what constitutes a principal use or not, whether it's square footage or some or types of sales. There were specific questions about what is hemp, why is hemp problematic or not, if that's related to the vapes. I think that's where you were going, like why add that versus the vape or not, so we could maybe do some of that. And Mayor, if there were other questions along those lines that you'd like for your Planning Commission to explore before it comes back, Will's taking very careful notes, and but if there's a consensus of council at the appropriate time, I know that, thank you.
All right, so Councilman Hondros, you had your light back on?
Yes, sir. So these stores are everywhere. I mean, I have them in District 9 on Skyborough Road, right there in the Cross Creek Mall trading area. So to say they're in one area other than the other, it may be something else we're not looking at in that what does the UDO preclude in change of use where certain type businesses is very cost prohibitive for them to relocate in an existing facility, whereas a business such as a secondhand store, a thrift store, or in this case, a smoke shop or tobacco store can operate just about anywhere. So it's more of what we're preventing, making cost prohibitive through UDO policies than it is the proliferation of this particular product.
All right, and with that, UDO chairman has a item that he's presented to his committee. I see about that. You know, my grandmother used to say, "Too much of anything is bad." So I mean, it doesn't mean that in its concept, in its entirety, is bad. We're saying that the regulation of it is possible, and that's what the Planning Commission will come back with Councilmember Hare's request that had received consensus to bring a lot of the questions we had today to what regulation looks like and how can you do it in a responsible way. So with that, Council, I think, Councilmember Hare, you good?
Yeah, I was just going to say, Mayor, that yes, I would like for that we direct staff to.
Yeah, I think they
send this to
already headed in
planning.
that direction. You know.
And
Yeah, we're already scheduled for
Yes.
May anyway,
Yes,
so
sir.
we'll present them this, and we'll kind of workshop some of those questions that you guys came up with.
there's nothing wrong with
That- no. Well, I don't think so because they already have it set with the Planning Commission. This was just a checkup and update,
This is it?
right?
Yep.
Yeah, we've already taken action. You don't recall that, Councilmember?
I thought the next slide said
Oh,
recommended action.
and there's nothing wrong with the city of Fayetteville being the leader.
yeah. All right.
That recommended action, that to me says that it continues.
Direct said to present proposed amendment to the Planning Commission. Mr. Hewitt, tell us what the operational inconsistency there is. I thought we had already directed that.
There really is none, Mayor. Generally, you don't take votes at here, but if consensus would be very helpful to kind of show the
You want to take
Planning Commission.
consensus, sir?
That's what we normally do.
I just thought that's what recommended action meant.
Gotcha. All right, council, show of hands is sending this to the Planning Commission. If you're in favor of that, come back with answers to those questions. All right, those opposed? All right, Councilman Hondros, Banks, McLaughlin, and Benavente. All right, thank you. Appreciate it, sir.
No problem.
Moving to 4.03, improper towing ordinance amendment update. It's good. We don't want any uncertainty.
Mayor and Council, this is Joshua Hall, Police Attorney.
How you doing, Mr. Hall?
Good afternoon, Mr.
Got
Mayor.
a whole
and
crew, don't you?
Council. All right, so I don't have all the bells and whistles of the PowerPoint, but I'll be brief. Recently, I had the opportunity to meet with Councilmember Ms. Green and the city attorney in response to this council agenda item request. So the city's current code of ordinances that's dealing with improper towing, what we are seeking to do is make an amendment to address three things. First, under section 24-249, which is currently where the improper towing ordinance is located, we are seeking to move that under chapter 16, which is titled the motor vehicles and traffic. Just seems to be, it would be more appropriate to place it under that chapter. Secondly, we need to amend some of this language and basically just clean up the language in the current ordinance. And lastly, which is probably the most important, is the amendment is necessary to specifically list the size of the sign requirements to give sufficient notice to our citizens and people who patronize our businesses, as well as by requiring these towing companies to accept payment by cash, debit, and at least 2 major types of credit card companies. And just to highlight, this amendment would be in line with requirements and suggestions of a court case called King v. Town of Chapel Hill. So unless council has any additional questions, we will be asking the council to accept this amendment.
All right, Councilmember Benavente.
Thank you, Mayor Colvin. I just move that we accept this report.
All right, it's a motion by Councilman Benavente, seconded by Councilmember Hare. or green? Green, all right. Discussion on the motion? All right. All right, Councilmember Banks McLaughlin?
Question on C, where say any towing operator removing a private vehicle shall report to the Fayetteville Police Department. How does that work? Is that in writing? I just want to be.
So what the towing operator would be required to do, which is in our current code as it is to notify law enforcement. So if you're visiting a business, you come outside and your vehicle's now towed, you don't call the police and report your vehicle as being stolen. Hopefully there would be a database where they could quickly check and say, okay, your vehicle's been towed, ma'am, it's not been stolen.
That's it, thank you.
And didn't see any other questions. Just briefly, and you may have this in here. So I know there was a problem in District 5 regularly about it with notification. Did we make any amendments to the required signage and notification so that people know who towed the car, where it is, how to call it, how to find it?
So there's a current state statute, General Statutes 20-219.2, which the state already has it codified. It's 24 by 24 inches. We've adopted that similar language as well. And of the area that had the issues, like I said, myself and Ms. Green, as well as the city attorney, went out and kind of looked in that general area, and it's my understanding that those signs are in compliance.
Well, they are not. Okay. All right. Well, good. Sounds like that's problem is working itself out. Okay. Anything else, counsel? All right. Thank you, attorney.
Thank you.
All right. All right, council, moving to 4.04, storage of heavy trucks, trailers, and recreation equipment. Do y'all need action on that?
Yes, sir.
Just consensus,
yeah.
Mayor. We're just going to put it on the
All
next
right,
agenda
sure,
unless
because
there's
you
any
had a
objection.
question during the middle of it. All right, show of hands. Is there no other questions? All right, thank you. Mr. Harmon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and council. Let's see here. So this is another item coming to you from us that originated as a city council agenda item request. This one from Councilmember Thompson. And this is a request for changes to the Code of Ordinances, Chapter 30, for the storage and parking of heavy trucks, trailers, and recreational equipment. Of course, this would be citywide if something is adopted and in all districts. So according to the City Council agenda item request submitted by Councilman Thompson, the proposal is an effort to get large vehicles, buses off private property, residential property, basically. These types of uses may create decrease in property values and can be a nuisance for the community according to the councilman's request. Any text amendment, again, would be created a citywide effect. And no decision has been made regarding potential impact of existing personal property that is otherwise currently compliant. Just as the previous item that Mr. Deaton was up here talking about with the smoke shops, any text amendments to Article 30 do have to go to the Planning Commission before coming back to City Council, so that would be the next step if y'all direct us to move forward. So as part of our analysis looking at this, school buses are currently regulated under our Chapter 30 -4D3T, storage and parking of heavy trucks. Under the U.S. Department of Transportation's guidelines, school buses are classified as a Class 6 motor vehicle or truck. Buses are defined as motor vehicles designed to carry 10 or more persons. It becomes a private bus once it's no longer transporting students. And as you saw up there, would no longer meet the definition of a bus if it had less than 10 seats, or seating for 10 people in it. One issue that we did come across in checking with the Cumberland County school system is that they do still allow some bus drivers to park buses at their own home overnight, and that most of our local schools are located in residentially zoned areas. So what we're bringing to you today is a series of 4 options, and we're looking for direction from y'all to how to move forward. Option number 1 would be to create additional standards for these type of uses. For example, the possibility of additional buffering or screening to help hide these kind of uses. Second would be to create ordinance revisions to ban the parking of buses in residential zoning districts, except for at schools, of course. The third would be to create an ordinance revision to fold in not only regulations for buses, but for other large vehicles and equipment, such as farm equipment and other things that are currently not specifically cited in the UDO. And then fourth would be no change and just continue to restrict bus parking to areas where they are currently allowed under Chapter 30. And Mr. Mayor, that concludes our presentation at this point, and open to any questions.
All right. Do have Councilmember Thompson in here, and then Benavente.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My first question would be, why is item T from 4D3T not a code violation for the bus? You can go to Chapter 30 to refer to that.
Sir, I'm not a code enforcement officer, so I am not sure how they are looking at that section of code. I could see how what you're looking at, that's not a question that I could answer right at the moment. It's not in my field.
Okay, well, let me ask you this question. In the Code 30, it describes buses as any vehicle originally designed, used, or transport of more than 13 passengers. How did your slide come up with 10 passengers? And how is it determined not to be a bus if it's less than 10 passengers?
That's actually the federal definition of a school bus, or any bus, actually, for transportation. The federal Department of Transportation defines a bus as 10 or more passengers, and that includes the driver as well.
So who determines that it's not a bus if it's less than that?
The same code? Yeah, the same code.
So
that's a federal standard.
Okay, well, let me read this to you, and this came out of Chapter 30 also. It says, except where exempt, the following vehicles shall not be parked or stored on private property outside of a fully enclosed building construction in accordance with the state of North Carolina Building Code. It includes buses. So if a bus is stored in the backyard and it's not stored inside a constructed facility, why is it not a violation?
Again, my part today is looking at possible changes to this. I don't work in our code enforcement section. I'm not sure that we have anyone here from codes.
Well, and the reason I'm asking these questions is because your recommendation is to not change. So I'm trying to understand, how did you come up with a recommendation if you're not fully vetted on?
Well, it was our opinion as writing it that it already is covered. So
let me just ask one last question then. In Chapter 30, it also states any vehicle over 8 feet long shall be no closer than 5 feet to the property line. If that's the case, then how come it's not a violation?
I am not in disagreement with you, but again, I'm not the one.
Well, the reason I'm asking these questions is because if it was a violation, we wouldn't be at this point. Thank you.
All right. Councilmember Hare.
Thank you, Mayor. I know that, and I do appreciate my colleague in bringing this forward. I know that we've dealt with this over the years about 18-wheelers, trailers, and however many double axes, on and on and on. I just didn't understand why it wasn't already categorized there for some UDO protections or community protections already.
Well, as our recommendation, number 4, with no change, we kind of felt as we looked at it that it probably was already being regulated by the UDO.
All right. You good, Councilman? Okay.
So then, if I'm understanding this, and even understanding, because we continue to get, well, I assume we all continue to get the same type of calls, is it more, though I want to support my colleagues, but is it more not being enforced more than if it's here, or is it only enforced when a phone call is made, which a lot of things are, which I understand that too, you think?
Yeah, and again, not being someone who actually works in code enforcement, it's hard for me to answer what the mindset is for that.
Okay. I'm gonna follow his lead.
Well, what we'll
Mr.
do.
Hughes got all the answers. They fall up under his department.
No, it's not. If that were the case, Mayor. This has been a concern of Councilmember Thompson for a moment. We have sent code enforcement officers out, and they did not interpret the code to say that this was a violation, which is why it's before you today. So one of the things that staff can do, we're very open to that, is we can go back and we'll work with the city attorney, if I can, to ask her to actually help us draft an interpretation of the code as it relates to the violation which is there. And if it is one, we will clearly begin enforcement. But the work that staff had done thus far said that what the current condition is not a violation as it relates to the code. But again, that's an interpretation. Now, the thing that the council can always do is you can say, through consensus, if you wish, that something like that you want it to be in the code, that is something that you want us to enforce in a positive way. And then we'd go back and we'd take a look at the code, and we would say, does the code need to be clarified to include yellow school buses as well as white church vans or any other vehicle that would be stored? Mr. Hare, you're correct. We cut our teeth here with tractor trailers. We cut our teeth with trailers. Anything, dump trucks, anything that you can pull, boats, RVs in the front yard, on the street. And it has always been a moving target, but if y'all would just clarify for us your interest, we will definitely do that, but we'll also ask the city attorney to work with us to get an official interpretation of the specific case that we're talking about.
If I could ask, and I was looking through the document, I was trying to see exactly what, and my colleague, if you would please, tell me exactly what your ask was. I don't see the little form here. I don't see it.
We already gave consensus for that.
Right. But my asking, if I could make a motion, Mr. Mayor, that's to move, direct staff to prepare a text amendment related to banning buses in residential zoning areas.
And I saw Dr. Newton's back there. I saw him peek up. I mean, he's the subject matter expert in all of this.
Residential zoning.
It's just the man we need to see.
Not actually, but I don't mind coming up when I hear my name. I think city manager has given pretty good indication as to what's happened on this, where there's been questions about having a bus, school bus, being converted into an RV and then in a residential neighborhood. And what do you do? And it hasn't violated any of the ordinances, as code inspectors have gone there 3-4 times, which led to the request to look at a text amendment. We have, the way that we handle that is what you've just heard, and I don't like one division or one group or one department calling out another department. So they have worked together on coming up with what can we do, what are some options. Options are leave it alone, because any text amendment that you have applies to every parcel in the city, and find out if there's any other avenues, any other creative ways to work with this. We have worked with legal, as we do on any of the 14,000 cases that happen every year in the city on code enforcement. But we have dealt with this one in particular, talking with legal as to what are some options that we have. Part of the language that you have in front of you includes, all right, well then if we're going to do this, should we be looking at others, and what are the impacts of those? Mr. Harmon shared the point of what happens when somebody's already there and is allowed to be there. They're licensed, they have their tags, they're paying their personal property taxes with the county. Can they no longer be allowed to perform that activity? That's something that involves more conversation, more review from legal on this. Where we are on this is there was a request, a very direct request to take a look at a specific thing. When they looked at the specific nuance of this, if we're going to say can't do it on school buses, that's problematic. It's going to have to be broader, which you see that in the way that it's been written. And if we do apply it, making sure that we are not pinpointing down to one parcel something that's going to apply to all of it. So again, these are city ordinances. We've got a dozen people in the inspections handling a lot of things. As they looked at this each of the times, and not just our office, but two others have looked at it, there were no existing violations that existed. But if we want to come back and say something, we certainly shouldn't tell those who are riding and driving school buses for the districts that you can't park them. So we'd have to carve that out. We probably need to come in with some other language. If it's an RV that is a school bus, and because I was talking, my Google Analytics heard me talking, is now showing me all school bus conversions, and yours probably will too.
That's how it is. But as we bring this in, I think the intent that Councilmember Thompson had, because the city council sets the ordinances, as long as they're compliant with the state, that's something that council could change.
Yes.
If need be, and I guess amortization, we've used that in the past, that you can say, 2 years or so many years to come into compliance if there's a change to address the older legacy
That's
issues.
right.
Okay.
Right.
Councilmember Thompson, you want to?
Just a quick note, Mr. Mayor, and I want everyone, I don't want to be misconstrued about what's being said here today and what has already been done. This is a bus that's in somebody's backyard, that's next to a lake. That one bus that haven't been moved in over a year, that's on the property line, that's out of state. That deters from the neighbors and the community. That can be seen from the street, from the entire community aesthetics. This is my council's request and my incident. That's why I went to specifics to be known. I have already tried to reach out to the individual. I already asked, could I send a certified letter? The neighbors has already talked to the individual. Once you have exalted all other measures, this is where we are today. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Thank you. Councilman Benavente?
I believe there's already a motion on the floor. I'll allow us to vote on that before I make another motion.
Was there a motion on the floor? Okay. All right. Is there a second? Who's the second on? Can you restate it?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. My motion was option 1 is to move direct staff to prepare a text amendment related to banning buses in residential areas and present text amendments to the Planning Commission.
All right. There's a motion by Councilman Thompson. Is there a second?
I'll second with the question.
Okay.
That's not how that works.
I'll second with the question, and I was trying to understand. Help me understand this. If they still do it, I guess 35, 40 years ago, I drove the school bus, and I was able to take the school bus home.
It's probably longer than that one,
I had a dirt road
DJ.
beside my house, and I backed that school bus down in there. I don't know. I'm asking, is that something that they still do? The kids?
They don't
No,
drive anymore.
kids don't drive.
They can't. Oh, okay.
So that definitely was longer than what you just said.
Just so everybody knows, we
All right. So, councilors, we bring this back. So
Never mind. Never mind.
So, Councilman Hare, does that are you still the second on this consensus motion? Yes. All right. All right, council. We've had multiple discussions on it. There's a motion to make adjustments or recommend staff make adjustments to the current ordinance that would restrict the type of storage or parking that we talked about in residential communities. Second by Councilmember Hare. Those in favor, let's go to the computers for votes. All right, everybody's voted. Motion is 5-5, so it stays as is. Those voting in opposition, Jennifer, you have that?
Yes, sir. That's Congress, Jensen, Green, Benavente, and Baines McLaughlin.
Okay, all right. So we'll pick it back up later. Thank you. All right, moving to Councilman Benavente. You said you?
Well, no, I was just thinking that we had to now say that we weren't going to change anything, but I think I'm over speaking and I should just leave.
Can we have another motion come up, or is that against, because everything's
Before we move to
changed
the next item, if you plan to do that, I would do that. Because right now, no option has been selected. All right, was there a counter motion that was being proposed?
Yes, because I would like to motion, and I don't want staff to have to do more work, but I do want it. Stop looking at me that way. I want to know why it wasn't, because it said it right here what he said, and I didn't get a good explanation for it.
Why wasn't what, a violation?
Why wasn't it a violation? And then my next question is, I didn't get to. At one point, I heard that they were living in the bus, but now I'm hearing that it's storage.
You got a school bus?
That's not me, but I mean, it's
Oh.
storage. It's used for storage. You can't go no further than privacy. I've been out to people's house.
So I guess that is one of the questions that I would like. And how many do we have? Is it now considered a storage unit? Okay, but this is a problem. So to you, it's not a problem, but.
All right. She has the floor, Councilmember.
Or
So
to them,
push your
it's not a
button.
problem. So I will go back and say, I'm very interested in this, because right now I have a huge problem on an app called Swimly, that 150 people are going to a house, and there's nothing I can do about it. So with that being said, if we sit here and say we can't have storage in the back, then, and nobody in the city is going to do it, we have to, I want to know why. That's all. That's all. Why is it in there the way it is? And it was perception. It was perception. So I don't know what my motion would be. I'd like my motion to be that they come back and explain it to us. That's what I would like. Because
well,
I
Mr.
know
Newton says they've made multiple trips, so you probably can tell that. Can you answer our question based on the staff's?
Sir, we could answer that question if you want now. We have two people who've I've asked while this was going on if they would come. So we have J.R. Rutherford, oversees code enforcement. He'll be able to give that if that's your desire. Or we can provide you a memo of what's happened. But I think it's really up to you. We're ready to do what you want.
again, what I read on here, it said it was not allowed. And perception is everything, so that was my question.
Every case that we have has a full set of details on it. Every case has it that would allow us to pull all that information, or you could hear from the manager of code enforcement who's in the back.
I'm not gonna belabor it. I'm gonna take my motion off, and I'm gonna speak with Councilmember Thompson, and we'll figure it out. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Dr. Newton. All right, moving to item 4.05, Comprehensive Transportation Plan Update. Good evening, sir. Afternoon.
Yes, ma'am. All right, good evening, Mayor, and members of council. Thank you. We're here this evening to kind of go over two items with you. One is going to be our Fayetteville Comprehensive Transportation Plan, and then right after that, we'll review the supplemental Fayetteville Comprehensive Pedestrian Plan study. That'll focus on some school information. So with that, I'm going to introduce the consultant we have on board to kind of review these two. His name is Zach Bugg. He's with Kittleson and Associates. So with that, I'll turn it over to him.
Hey, good afternoon. All right. I've got a few slides here. I'm going to try and go through these fairly quickly, just given the other things on the agenda today. But we'd like to overview the Comprehensive Transportation Plan that we've been working with the Public Services team for the last couple of years to work on this. So the purpose of the CTP is to document the status of the city's transportation system, providing data for transportation connectivity and corridor investments in the region, building on recent local and regional plans, consolidating capital improvement projects for transportation into one comprehensive list, and then giving the city an advantage in preparing items for grant applications because transportation funding, as you all know, can be very limited. Let's talk about the problem that initiated this plan. City council members have identified, based on residents' concerns, that there are issues with subdivisions with a single point of access into their subdivision getting cut off from the transportation network. This happens during major flooding incidents like hurricanes, major storms, during incidents such as vehicle crashes at the entrance to the neighborhood, or utility incidents. A problem that is precipitated because the city's street layout is predominantly local cul-de-sacs. I believe it's about 93% of the city is a suburban sprawl and not a grid. And this lack of connectivity places stress on those larger streets and also encourages automobile-centric transportation. So I want to go over the scope of work and really highlight two of the findings. We'll talk about the connectivity analysis as well as the strategic corridor analysis. We worked with an interdisciplinary staff review team for the CTP preparation, including staff from Public Services and Traffic Services, Development Services team, as well as emergency providers, including the police and fire chief. We met bi-weekly with these groups to talk about some of the issues with transportation around the city, as well as street connectivity in these single access subdivisions. The objectives of the connectivity analysis were to first identify these problem areas where connectivity was a concern, to enhance that emergency access to these single access neighborhoods and provide for multimodal connectivity, and develop an implementation plan so that the project findings could be implemented and have adequate funding sources. We also did a comprehensive peer city review of the Unified Development Ordinance when it came to planning subdivisions and street connectivity. The methodology for the study started with a list of medium to large subdivisions that had a single point of access. The city provided a total of 231 subdivisions that were identified across the city. You can see them highlighted here. That was then narrowed down to 100 subdivisions based on the individual number of units within the subdivision and the acreage of the subdivision. We then looked at up to 2 potential new street connections for each of these subdivisions for a total of 175 candidate street connections. We developed a customized methodology for ranking and prioritizing the single access subdivisions within the analysis study area that were based on these 5 factors. At the core of it was resiliency and providing a more resilient and redundant street network. But we also looked at 4 other factors, including equity, feasibility, community access, and multimodal access. The methodology was prepared based on a series of detailed data, which I will not get into today, but just wanted to throw these items up here. They were based on emergency access, most predominantly, as well as vulnerability to flooding and major climate events. We also looked at a few other measures for the other scores, which had to do with demographic and community resources. So I'll share one example here to show how we calculated each of the scores. You may be familiar with Buckhead subdivision, which is surrounded by several impediments to transportation connectivity, including the All-American Freeway, Buckhead Creek, and a railroad. It has one access to the surrounding street network, which is on Rayford Road, which you see there. It has 241 households. And so a household at the top of that blue line there would have to travel all the way down that blue line to get out from the neighborhood. So when there is a major emergency, the nearest fire station is actually very close as the crow flies to that house. But when there's an emergency, that fire station provider has to then go all the way around the neighborhood to access that unit. So we calculated a series of distances to all of these community resources, including the fire station, police stations, bus stops, schools, and other resources around the neighborhood. And what we looked at was what happens if we go ahead and put in a new connection. If we put a connection right there in the back of the apartment complex with a gate to separate the two properties, but provide that access, how much benefit would that give that neighborhood if there is an issue that required emergency responder? So we calculated that manually for each of the subdivisions within the study area and came up with a score. You can see how each of these factors, with resiliency score being weighted the most, contributed to a total score. In this example, Buckhead had a score of 0.45, and I'll get to that in a minute. We ended up taking the top 20% of the total number of connections and had a threshold of 0.44 or above to create a list of project recommendations for implementation with the intent of advancing these high-scoring connections toward concept design preparation and funding allocation within the capital improvement program at some date. But we have maintained the total list of 175 connections in case there is a need to prioritize the remainder beyond the top 38. We then narrowed that list of 38 to 17 remaining based on feedback from city staff to try and promote the subdivisions and the connections that join public-to-public streets, provide larger street connectivity within the network, prioritizing streets that are within the city limits or could be consolidated with other high-scoring locations. That got to 17 new connections. So I'll share another example here. This is Liberty Hills, which is an area that is developing just north of Shawcroft Road in the Kings Grant community. And we looked at having a possible connection between two streets that you see here that would also utilize a pedestrian tunnel and an existing culvert under Interstate 295 outer loop. This would help address some of the street connectivity and resiliency issues within the Kings Grant community, and it would also be partially paid for by private development, as you can see with this site plan. So the intent of this exercise is not only to identify city-funded capital improvement projects and programs, but also to work with private developers to require these sorts of connectivity recommendations as they are being developed as infill. So you can see some costs here. This was done for each of the proposed recommendations. We also prepared a peer city review and a series of recommendations for the development code to try and enhance street connectivity and multimodal access within that code. We compared with three peer cities that you see here, Wilmington, Town of Cary, and Winston-Salem, with the goal of shortening emergency access, increasing multimodal access, and then having that neighborhood connectivity between subdivisions. All right, then moving to the other half of the CTP is a strategic corridor analysis for the major transportation corridors within the city. You can see the objectives here, trying to identify these areas that are critical to the transportation network, identifying locations that do not meet multimodal transportation performance, identifying some countermeasures and some mitigation tools, and then developing a plan for implementation and identifying those funding sources so that we can pay for everything. The corridors that you see here were included in the study area. As you all know, most of the major roadways in the Fayetteville area are owned and maintained by NCDOT. So this study is city funded, and it therefore only reflects city maintained and owned roadways, with a focus on those that have 4 or more lanes, or 2 lanes or more experiencing congestion or cut through traffic. The overall approach was a comprehensive list of performance measures for the traffic and transportation modes that you see here. We used a 3-tiered screening process where we located transportation deficiencies, prioritized those locations, and then identified individual projects to try and address those deficiencies. Those individual projects had a wide range depending upon the mode of transportation and the issues that they were intended to resolve, but they did include traffic safety and congestion, pedestrian and bicycle infrastructure, as well as transit access and improvements. And these specific tools were customized to the City of Fayetteville and screened and discussed with City of Fayetteville staff. An example I'll show you here is on Village Drive, which experiences a lot of multimodal transportation challenges, including a high vehicular crash frequency, a lack of crosswalks, and then a very high stress bicycle, transit, and pedestrian network. It also includes an at-grade rail crossing and a poor congestion and level of service at the intersection with Owen Drive. The recommendation for Village Drive, for example, would include each of these treatments that you see here. So it would be a lane reallocation to have on-street bicycle lanes. It would have additional crosswalks with some signalization, improving crosswalks near bus stops, as well as the amenities near those transit stops. So in total, the recommendations covered approximately 14 of the 42 corridors within the study area. You can see them listed here. They varied as far as the impact and the scale of the improvements, but they were comprehensive and intended to address all users of the transportation network. So we have developed a cut sheet for each of these projects, as well as an intended cost, an estimated cost, and some intended funding sources for paying for these transportation improvements. So the next steps of the CTP will be to archive that full list of connections so that you all can move down the list as more funding becomes available. Considering synergy with maintenance and resiliency projects, including the stormwater project, designating these corridor projects as well as phasing plans for short, medium, and long-term implementation, identifying those funding sources and applying for grants, and then performing community engagement. Since this was not a federally funded project, public meetings and community engagement were not necessarily required through the preparation of the plan, but they would be required after projects are selected for funding and moved into planning and design. So just to recap the goals and outcomes here, the CTP documents the status of the system. So as you all get complaints or questions about why is this street not being improved over this other funding and priority, you have that documented within your system. Providing the data for connectivity and corridor investment and decisions, building on all the local and recent regional plans, such as pedestrian plan, which we'll get to in a minute, consolidating those projects into one comprehensive list of transportation needs, and then giving the city an advantage as they get into applying for these very competitive grant applications and funding individual transportation projects. So again, I'll thank City Council for identifying this as a need and doing something about it. This is a unique study that, to my knowledge, has not been done in other cities, and it's crafted a customized methodology to address street connectivity. And at that time, I will take questions. Mayor Pro Tem?
I'm sorry, I'm going to go to Councilmember Thompson.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. 2 questions. One is for the city manager, because this was brought up to us before, and my question was, how come Rayconda is not on the list? And I was told it was going to be on the list. Why is it not currently on the list?
Rayconda, that subdivision was included in the study area. It was ranked with the other ones, and to my knowledge, it did not make the top 20%.
What's the reason behind that? I don't understand. If it's... Well, let me ask another question.
Okay.
Why are some of these, or should I say most of these areas, in an area that holds water, i.e. Hidden Lake, i.e. Robin Hill, Kings Grant, but Rayconda not?
It was, so flooding and resiliency was a big factor in developing this scoring methodology. And as we developed this prioritization, we were provided with data on the history of flooding in each of these areas. So Raycona having a history of flooding or these types of issues was included in that. And it was analyzed, but did not make the top 20% that are presented here.
Nor did Loch Lomond, which is also in the same similar. Okay, my last question is, how come there's no funding for Robin Hill, Robin Wood estates?
We have identified Robinwood, Robin Hill Estates as one of the top scoring subdivisions and have just developed a concept for what that could look like. We are now moving into an estimate for building that out and would then be moving into identifying a funding source for that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? So, of course, I have a question. So when I'm sitting here looking at the locations, and I guess I'm going to ask, these are just estimated costs, not what has been funded, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
This is just estimated costs. So as I'm looking at, so I'm going to go to Shawcroft, where we had the hurricane and we got shut down for about 2 weeks, and we got shut down 4 times last year. So as you're reading this, it says 113 homes. But everybody that uses that exit, just in the information that you have, is 657 homes, with another 200 plus homes going into it. So I just want everybody to understand, it's on there on both ends of it. So on Liberty Hill, what I'm seeing is that will be going off of Shawcroft to the outside.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Do we have any other questions? Councilmember Banks McLaughlin?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. For future development, don't we have an ordinance or something stating that for new development, they have to put sidewalks in? So we're just going backtracking. So hopefully in the future, new development, once they start building homes and communities, they'll have sidewalks. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am. We identified 9 recommendations for the development code to try and prepare for these types of things. And this was going concurrently with some of the other activities. We had some periodic meetings with development services staff, but we went to them. These were suggestions. They were not code language, or they were not legal language, but they were provided exactly with that intent.
Okay, I was going to say in the future, I would hope that council, we can figure out a way to put that in an order so that we don't have to use funding to provide sidewalks and connections for the community. And I'm assuming, because I don't see anything from District 8 on there, I'm assuming we have all the sidewalks we need.
The sidewalk and pedestrian improvements will be included as part of the pedestrian plan, which just kicked off from NCDOT, the NCDOT study, and we will be presenting here in a few minutes on proposed supplement.
Okay, thank you.
So Councilmember Banks McLaughlin, just a little history, so my neighborhood, when it started being built, it was in the county. So it was built in county regulations, so therefore there's one way in and one way out. But now when we got annexed in, the growth, but we have fixed that as for new development, correct, City Manager? Right? I think, yeah, that's been fixed, right? Yes. Okay, next. Any other questions? All right, so do we need to take action on this? I don't see.
To receive the report would be helpful. One of the things, too, that I would say as council, if you're getting ready to do that, if you've had a chance to digest this study and there are likely some questions that you'll have, if you will, please let us know. Adam and the team are more than willing to go to be with each of you and discuss which projects are in your district and which ones made the top 20 and which ones didn't. So please let us know again if you have questions after you've had a chance to do a deeper dive into this report.
Councilmember Benavente?
I was just ready to take action and move forward.
All right. Okay, a second by Councilmember Green. Consensus vote? I'm sorry, Councilmember Huntress, did you have a question? All right, all those in favor, raise your hand. All right, that is unanimous. So we're on 4.07, that was 4.08, is that where we are now? 4.06, I'm sorry. Right, okay. I'm getting ready to steal her. We're sharing the sticker right here.
All right, this will be much shorter than the last one. So this presentation is on the supplemental Fayetteville Comprehensive Pedestrian Plan, which Public Services has been working with us, so Kittleson and Associates, at the request of City Council and identification of a need for additional pedestrian facilities around schools. So there's an issue that's been raised for multiple years now through multiple plans in this area for walkability within Fayetteville and especially near schools. Major roadways, they create barriers between schools and the communities that they service and the children that commute to school by walking or biking. And recent planning efforts from the MPO and the city have all identified the need for these pedestrian improvements around schools. The NCDOT Integrated Mobility Division awarded a multimodal planning grant to the city of Fayetteville last year for a comprehensive pedestrian plan update. And we are leading that study. It is estimated to be completed in 2025. That update will be citywide. It will be a comprehensive pedestrian plan and result in 12 implementation-ready projects with cut sheets across the city. Due to the specific concerns around schools, the Public Services Group has identified the need for a supplement to identify additional projects near schools after those 12 projects. This would be developed in tandem with the NCDOT comprehensive plan, and then the recommendations would be in addition to those 12 projects. So we have circulated a scope of work for that effort, and I want to focus on just the first few of these. There are 65 total K through 12 public schools that have been identified either within the city limits or servicing city residents within their service areas. This does not include private schools, and they have not been included in the study with the idea that a comprehensive pedestrian improvement plan will serve all residents, not just those in public schools. But public schools have been identified as a particular area of detail. It will include a comprehensive sidewalk and crosswalk inventory across the city, also identifying an area where most children and their parents would be comfortable cycling, include a detailed plan review, a school policy and safe routes to school plans, and 2 days of field assessments. The schools will then be compiled into a master table of that data. And similar to the CTP effort that I described in the previous agenda item, we will work with city staff to identify some performance measures for ranking those schools from 1 to 65 in order of transportation priority. We will focus improvements to within about 1,000 feet of each school, but all of the data will be pulled from about a mile radius. We'll then move into project prioritization and recommendations development, identifying additional screening measures that could include spreading the improvements across the city, especially in disadvantaged areas, as well as the planning level feasibility of those improvements and public feedback. We will screen those against other program projects within the NCDOT plan and other regional projects. We'll discuss those findings with school staff and representatives specifically, and then we'll develop a list of additional 20 sidewalk and crosswalk projects to service schools. So the remaining scope here gets into the deliverables and how many meetings and community engagements, the number of city council presentations that our team will be making, as well as some contingency budget for just anything that pops up if there's a school we want to focus on in particular or a certain district. So the estimated budget for that is listed here, and we are going to be asking whether there is a consensus to move forward with this. The timeline would be about 10 months for completion of this, and it would be timed to wrap up right around the time that the NCDOT plan would be ending, so that the recommendations would not be duplicative. So the outcome of this would be a comprehensive list of pedestrian improvement locations near schools, having that detailed analysis and ranking of the schools in terms of prioritization and need. This would be the basis for future project programming and policy and implementation. And then we do develop engineers' cost estimates for all the improvements within the plan. So that would be shared at future council presentations. So with that, I'll take any questions.
Councilmember Thompson.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Once again, it's me, because this is my agenda item. I have one question and I have one statement. As I was thoroughly going through your presentation, you mentioned quite a few times near schools, around schools, a 1 mile radius around schools. I want to make it clear that our objective is to have connectivity to schools. That is one word that is absent from your entire presentation. Please do not come to us 10 months from now with the same presentation that was presented to us from a 2018 presentation. We want connectivity to schools. Speaking of that, explain to me how you prioritize the priority of the schools.
That's a great question. So part of this is in the scope. Part of it is going to be part of the work of the scope is identifying that prioritization. So it could be a variety of performance measures. It could be the number of students walking to that school. It could be a history of pedestrian crashes, unfortunately. It could be the width of the roadways that service the school, the number of vehicles on that road. So it could be a variety of performance measures, which our team already has from that CTP we just talked about. So part of the scope of work of this will be taking all that information, coming up with a way to prioritize those schools, and we will share that with you all after it's done.
Well, let me also just state that in my district, District 6, my constituents go to 7 different schools within the city. Myself and the mayor and I believe staff got a letter from a constituent that has raised money to put sidewalks on his block to go to Jack Britt. I think we should be able to do our best to make sure we take care of our kids that's going to school. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councilmember Thompson. Council Member Banks McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. This is for probably our attorney or city manager. Is there a way we could partner with the county as far as funding or the state with these with pedestrian sidewalks? And the reason I said it because these are schools that's within, ran by the county. So, have we ever had a conversation with them to see? Because that'd benefit the community as well as the county.
Yes, ma'am, we have.
Okay.
The counties are. This is going back to my municipal administration, cannot maintain roads, cities and the state. We did have a really great program, the red light camera program that was generating, was it a couple $1 million? And we had asked the school system to use that money that we were sending to them to do just this, to just a little bit, or to allow us to do additional recreational facilities on campus that could be enjoyed by the residents around the area. That was, at the time, was a no, but we certainly don't mind, if I can defer to Mayor Pro Tem, to put this on the next city-county liaison to talk about that we are doing the study and ask the county if they had some infrastructure money from ARPA that they could, that they're going to, they need to expend if there's an opportunity for us to help them spend their money. Yes, ma'am. Absolutely. Absolutely. So Adam, if you could, unless there's any concern, Mayor Pro Tem, we'd be happy to do that. And we don't mind also asking the school system again. We don't mind that if that's council's wish. But we were giving millions of dollars, and the answer was no.
Well, maybe I'm going to say maybe things have changed.
We pray so. We absolutely pray so.
Thank you, City Manager. I'm going to go to Councilmember Benavente and then Councilmember Thompson.
Can we go back to the slide that discussed the methodology and all the areas that you were reviewing? I believe there was like 4 or 5 of them. I think it kind of had like nice little emojis next to them. It's definitely towards the beginning. I thought I saw some fun shapes. that were-
Possibly on the previous presentation?
Perhaps it was, but I mean, so in this case, we still look at some similar categories.
Yes, sir.
And I guess I want us all to just keep in mind there's a reason why the professional staff doesn't just look at one factor or one category, proximity to schools, because we have to answer to all members of this city, folks who have children, folks who don't. There's a lot of, I think, categories that we're weighing appropriately, and we've weighed appropriately previously. And I feel like we should let our professional staff take that objective opportunity to let us know what works and what doesn't. What I don't want to say is that, any, category that benefits my district in particular is forced to outweigh any other individual council members, because that's going to be best for me and mine. I need for this to be a pedestrian plan that is sort of objective and not really keeping in mind, it's not dissimilar to the theory of gerrymandering. I could pick my constituents and make sure I get elected forever, or I can give it to a third party to make sure that there's compromise across the entire board. So feel strongly about that to our staff. Don't let us, prioritize one area because it would be good for me and mine. It needs to be something fair across the board. Let's know that we didn't tell you to bring back data that was unfair to everyone.
So, Councilmember Benavente, I have a question for that. Are you talking about us picking for schools or
I'm saying
just
that
areas?
It's never been the case that we told our staff, you better make every school connected as the first priority. In fact, we have many priorities, competing priorities, in fact, many different categories that we want to make sure that the data is driving us to the conclusion, not us telling our staff that they better come back to us with every school connected to every person's house.
So I think I hear exactly what you're saying, but I will say that I know that this has been a challenge for the city and for children walking back and forth to school. And I understand what you're saying. I understand, but I can tell you that if you get out at 7 o'clock in the morning in any district, you will see children walking to school on grass, on where there is, holes, there's young kids, walking back and forth. And it's always been an issue for us. And a lot of it is safety. I understand what you're saying, that, we don't want to pick and choose, but I think that it has been a vision to have connectability to the schools.
Sure, but I want to make it clear that we haven't necessarily said throw out the results of objective data in order to meet a very particular outcome, which is what I'm hearing you argue even now. Let's let the data lead us to where we want to where we ought to go, not necessarily where individuals want to go.
We have done that a lot of times, and I can tell you, Councilmember Thompson and I about lost our mind up on the diocese that time because of that we had said, let's do this.
So this is probably a conversation for after council,
Probably
but
is. So
this
we
is,
will go on to
yes.
Councilmember Thompson.
And if I can sneak in just really quickly, I apologize. Thank you, Councilman Benavente. That's also one of the reasons we have Zach here, is because the data will dictate what you get. And that was one of the beautiful things about the earlier report we looked at about the one way in, one way out. It is so important that you focus on the criteria. Because once the criteria is set, the data falls where the data does. And so just as we saw before, now, once the data comes in, we all acknowledge that there will be some sidewalks which are easier to put in because you have right-of-way. You have a slope that is generous enough to put in a sidewalk. You may have plans from NCDOT to not widen that road. But the data will be the data, and that's one of the reasons that we've hired Kittleson, or partnered with Kittleson. And I can tell you as well, Sheila is a data wizard. That's all she relies on. And I don't know if you had something that you wanted to share before as well. I saw you come up.
Right, and what I wanted to share is the solution to this problem is similar to a needle in a haystack. This is a very complex problem, and so as we develop prioritizations, as we look at the solutions, as we look at schools, we'll be coming back to you. I heard Zach say we'll come back in 10 months. No, in fact, we'll come back, not to disagree with you, Zach, we'll come back sooner than 10 months to give you a sampling of what our prioritization looks like and how the schools are bubbling up based on the prioritizations and the criteria that we've shown here. And as the city manager announced, said, we are it's a data-driven process, and we hope to rely on that.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. But just to clarify some of my fellow colleagues' questions, if you could recollect and remember when you guys presented us the 2018 pedestrian plan, the number one objective was school connectivity. Let me repeat that again. The number one objective was school connectivity. So when we got the plan and none of the sidewalks was school connectivity, that's why we're here now, because none of it had connectivity. But that wasn't my question. My question was, as I was going through the slides again last night, I was glad to see that DOT is going to be part of you guys' collaboration. Also, the schools. What I want you to note is when DOT put in sidewalks, i.e. the sidewalks on Rayford Road, they didn't even ask the schools where they wanted the sidewalks. So please, you guys continue to do what you're doing and get with those school principals and let them tell you where they need sidewalks at and where the kids are coming from. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mayor Pro Tem.
May I make a comment on that? So we have two plans. We have a state funded plan, and we have this additional plan, and they're going to run parallel to each other. The state-funded plan does not look at exclusively schools, it looks at multiple factors. This is in addition to that, focusing specifically on schools. And one of the things to note is that in this plan, we will certainly be working with the school systems. That is part of one of the driving factors of this particular plan, our city plan, which is to make sure that we're collaborating as much as the school will allow us to collaborate with them, with the school system to understand what their needs are. Yes, that is the interest, that we'll be using the GEO bond money to fund this project.
Okay, do we need action needed?
Just, I don't know if this is accept the criteria as outlined in the statute.
Yes, so just give a brief recap or summary. We reviewed the purpose and need. We gave a brief background, a review of scope of work, timelines, and the outcomes that we're looking to go to get out of this. So the options here is that City Council provides consensus on the scope of work and the fee, or remand back to staff with guidance.
Oh, I'm sorry. Councilmember Benavente?
I move that City Council provide consensus on scope of work at this time.
Councilmember Thomas. Councilmember Andres, did you have a question? Okay. All right. Okay. Councilmember Gray.
There's a fee involved? Do we need to? Is there a fee involved, and does that need to be stated?
And fee.
All right. So is that sufficient, Councilmember Green? Okay. I call for everybody's vote. Do we want to raise hands, or we want to? Let's raise our hands. That is 9. Are those opposed? Do we have anyone opposed? He didn't vote. That's what I was asking. Huh? Mario. Wait, are you a yes? Oh, okay. I'm sorry. But I didn't see his hand raised. Sorry. Okay, that's unanimous. All right, council, let's take a 5-minute break. All right, council, if we could come back together and start the meeting. All right, we are going to go to 4.7. That used to be 4.8. 4.07. 4.08, that was 4.07. And who is that? Oh, I'm sorry. And you have some news for us that you would like to share with everyone before we get started?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Yes, my daughter graduated from vet school last week.
And where did she graduate
We're so
from?
relieved. North Carolina State.
There you go.
Wait, how do you do it? How do you do that? Oh. I went to state, but I never got the hang of it. Thank you. Yeah, that's so exciting. I was telling Mayor Pro Tem that it was so exciting I could barely think about this, but we'll get through it. So how do I get it on my screen, Jennifer? Yeah. Yes, she does. Thank you, by the way, for getting that in there for me. Is it this one? Yeah, that one. Okay. And then it'll pop up. Okay. Well, thank you guys for getting us on the agenda. We're going to have 2 presentations today for you from the Watershed Master Plan Program. My name's Alicia Lanier. I am the internal program manager for the city. And I'll introduce the others as we get to it. So let's see, do I just click the, sorry guys. Oh, on the keyboard, okay. This is only my second time, and it's the first time being able to see out. So I really like this format. It's nice. You might have to help me one more time. How do I get rid of this?
You're doing
Okay.
great.
Thank y'all. There I go. Okay. So the purpose is for these presentations is to provide an overview of the watershed studies, a summary of the first tranche of proposed solutions that have been taken to council, brought to you guys already. We're going to present the second tranche of proposed solutions from the watershed studies, a schedule for the remaining watershed studies, and then we're going to request consensus on accepting the proposed solutions from Little Rockfish Creek 1, Bones Creek, and Cross Creek watersheds. Those are the second tranche. So just to give you an overview, we've got, just as a reminder, we've got 15 watersheds across the city, and the highlight shows the different rounds of watershed studies that we're doing. Today's presentations, as I said, we're going to be giving one on Little Rockfish Creek 1, Bones Creek, and that is going to be presented by myself and Gordon Rose with Gradient and representing his team. And then the second presentation will be given by primarily Matthew Jones, Hazen and Sawyer, he's here, and then Byron Reeves will close out the presentations. So as a reminder, we've been at this for, about 6 years, and the first tranche of proposed solutions were brought to council in 2020, that's right. 2020, sometime in there. Okay, and then what we did was, instead of trying to wait and finish all the studies for the watersheds, we wanted to go ahead and start bringing proposed solutions so that we could start taking action, finding grant money or finding funding to be able to start building some of these projects. So the first tranche of proposed solutions is came from Little Cross Creek, Beaver Creek 3, Cape Fear 2, Rockfish Creek, and Blunt's, and those are shown hatched in purple there. And that tranche of projects was represented about, an estimate of over $500 million in proposed solutions. We studied over 300 concern areas, and from those concern areas, over 200 proposed solutions were developed. We basically resolved about half the impacted lane length that we were seeing, the traverse road crossings, and more than half of the number of disconnected structures. So, a number of impacted structures, up to 220 out of 380 were resolved for this first set.
Yes, City Manager.
Just wanted to check in with the council members, some of them who are new. Have we presented to you what it means to be an impacted lane length or traverse road or impacted structures? Some of you have, but some of you okay. Do you mind digging in on that just a little bit so they understand exactly the power of the work that we've done?
Yeah, sure. I think we did back in September. We went over quite a bit of the detail, but I don't mind covering that now. So impacted lane length is the depth of water over the roadway, and I don't remember exactly the depth that we're looking at, but we're looking at where there's flooding on our right-of-way. And so it's both lanes, so we count the lane length that has water overtopping. Traverse road crossings, that's where we've got maybe a stream going underneath the road, and we've got maybe the road is a sag, and we've got a certain depth of water over that. And we consider depth and velocity when we're looking at these traverse road crossings. And so our primary goal is within the right-of-way, so the lane length road crossings, they weigh in heavily on the scoring, but we're also looking at disconnected structures. That's where there's inundation, and we're also looking at a certain depth where the structure might be impacted from flooding, even if it doesn't have to be the whole structure if it's touching the structure. And then the disconnected structures, that's pretty huge. We're looking at where we might have single access neighborhoods, and we want to make sure that we're providing ingress, egress for those neighborhoods that could become disconnected during a flooding event. Is that enough detail for us?
Some of you were not on council.
Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of background, and so thank you for that, City Manager. Interrupt me if you see something else that we might need to bring back up. So that's the first tranche of projects, proposed solutions, I should say. Now the second tranche, which is what we're bringing to you today, you'll see in this purple hatched, is from Little Rockfish Creek 1, Bones Creek to the west of the city. Then we also have Cross Creek, which is kind of more toward the east of the city. Just combined, again, it's $470 million just combined from these three watersheds. The study area we're looking at over 14 square miles, and here's something that I really should also bring in, because I didn't bring this in we're not studying every inch of land area in the city. We've done some high-level modeling in the very beginning to try to help us drill down to what our highest priority areas are. And then from those, that gave us our priority subbasins. So you see that priority subbasins there, that's what that means. And then within the priority subbasins, then we're doing more detailed modeling. And from that detailed modeling that the modelers are doing for the watersheds, we're identifying specific concern areas. And every step of the way, we are vetting all of this with our streets maintenance, with our flooding complaint, our hotline database, with people who have been around for a long time. And so we're doing the best we can to make sure that what we're calling high priority, the most severe concern areas that we're really targeting the right areas for this work. So again, we've got in the second tranche 214 concern areas, and we selected 116 to move forward with proposed solutions. And maybe I shouldn't gloss over that either. The reason why we didn't move forward with proposed solutions for all 214 was because we're taking another step. Again, you're seeing the numbers, the dollar values. It's just astronomical, the kind of cost of the solutions that we need in the city. So we're scoring and ranking the concern areas, scoring them based on those impacted lane lengths, disconnected structures, traverse road crossings, disconnected structures. I probably said that already. And then we're ranking those concern areas by high, medium, and low. And so in general, we just move forward with let's go ahead and develop proposed solutions for those concern areas that are ranked high. And then if they're medium, we have another conversation with our internal staff and our streets maintenance. Are there other things we need to consider? And then sometimes even if our modeling and our data all lead to a low score, if it's hydraulically connected or if there's some other consideration that we need to include, then we might move forward developing a proposed solution for that as well. So most of the time, it's all high. It's been about a half medium, and every once in a while a low. So for the second tranche, we have over 100 proposed solutions that have been identified. So Gordon and I are going to talk about the first two watersheds, and then, like I said, Matthew from Hazen is going to talk about Cross Creek in a separate presentation. So for this subset, it's about 10 square miles. We have 28 proposed solutions and an estimated total cost of $90 million. And again, you can see the purple hatching is the subset of Little Rockfish Creek 1 and Bones Creek watersheds. So I'll start with Little Rockfish Creek 1. We're not final. We're considering this 80%. We're at the 80% level where we feel very confident that we've got the right concern areas, we've developed solutions. We'll be doing more refinement before we bring the final reports to you guys in about 6 to 8 months, we're hopeful. It takes a while to put it all together and do the final checks. But in Little Rockfish 1, we ended up with 8 proposed solutions and at a total cost of $27 million. And I want to make a note of putting a plug for our internal modeler, Ali Shalal. He's our one modeler, watershed modeler at the city, and he's really pushed hard. And we've had a lot of help from our consulting team, Friesen Nichols, and the other consultants. But this has been Ali's baby, so I just wanted to give him some kudos here. Kudos. The top proposed solution, so what we're doing, and Byron will tell y'all a little bit more about this, give you a little bit more indication of how we are prioritizing proposed solutions. We've asked the consultants, in this case, the city is the consultant. We've asked that the watershed modelers provide the top of the proposed solutions. And so we have the top 3. This is a very small watershed. That's why we only have 3 out of 8. For that, you can see that the scores for the concern areas, they were anywhere from 12 to 21, which meant that they were high or medium high in this case. And the efficacy, that number relates to how well the proposed solution fixes the problem. So that efficacy, it's really difficult to get 100%. It's, could be cost prohibitive in a lot of cases. In our case here, we've got an efficacy of of 71 to 81% for these proposed solutions. And then the cost ranging from 3.3 to 3.9. So I'll go into a few details on this so you can see the before and after. And if any time you need to ask a question or want me to explain something a little bit more, please jump in. So for each of these top three, we've got the existing conditions compared to the proposed future conditions. So the picture on your left is existing, and the one on your right is a proposed future. Now we're looking forward in future conditions, we're also increasing the depth of rainfall to account for future climate, future rainfall conditions. I can go through these. I think the primary point here is that mostly the solution is upsizing the pipes that are already there. So, we're in a condition where we've got a lot of development around the city where our pipes are seriously undersized, and so that's what the solution is. We have, for this one, on Cedar Chest Court and Marshbrook Drive, that reduces 820 linear feet of impacted lane length. It eliminates impacts to 5 structures from the series of events that we're looking at, and it provides access to 18 homes during the 50-year event. And just for your edification, the different color coding is basically, we're looking at inundation. So that's the spread of the water, like the spread of the water across the street. And you can see that where it's kind of real purple, then that's going to flood more frequently, basically. And then you can see on the right where that a lot of that purple has gone away or been reduced. And the same thing for Interbond Drive, and I don't know how to say this, Kynast Drive. We're looking at another pipe upsizing project, and estimated cost of $3.3 million. We reduced 720 linear feet of impacted lane length and eliminated impacts to 6 structures. Like many cases in the city, this watershed has presented a lot of challenges. There are a lot of flat areas, and in one of, I don't know if this is one of these concern areas, but looking at the LiDAR, you can tell that it's an old Carolina bay. So it's like, well, of course it's going to hold water. So Amanda Circle is the third one, and again, it's pipe upsizing, reducing 3,700 linear feet of impacted lane length and eliminating impacts to 12 structures at an estimated cost of $3.9 million. And again, you can see a reduction in the purple, but it doesn't all go away, and so that's why we have this. It's not 100% efficacy. So that's Little Rockfish Creek. I'm going to be here if you guys are ready to move on to Bones. Gordon Rose from Gradient is here to review this section for us.
Do we have any questions? All right.
Okay. Thanks, Gordon.
Thank you, Alicia.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is just an overview of the Bones Creek watershed. Give you a little bit of an idea. If you look on the right, the dark black line is the boundary of Fort Bragg, Fort Liberty, and you can see that a good portion of the watershed is actually on the Fort Liberty boundary. The yellow areas are the concern areas. There were 101 total subbasins. We identified 14 as priority. Out of that, we came up with 88 concern areas. 21 of those were selected for proposed solutions, of which we came up with 20 solutions. The reason that number is one less is because one of the solutions impacted 2 separate concern areas. With all of these, the 20 proposed solutions, a total cost of about $63 million. These are the ones we're going to present today. The first one up at Fern Creek had a score of 29. That was our highest score, all the way down to proposed solutions 8 and 9, which were the ones impacting two different concern areas, had a low score of 3, but I'll explain why we include that one as we go through. This is the first one on Fern Creek Place to Buttermere Drive. The existing system goes in between houses, crosses roads, goes between more houses. Each of the road locations, it's a sag in the road, so that's where the flooding occurs. The system is undersized. We looked at upgrading that system, increasing the pipe size, but going with a 72 or 84-inch pipe in between houses did not seem very reasonable. So what we've done is on Fern Creek Place, we're intercepting the existing system, redirecting some of the flow to the north to Buttermere Drive, and then a new outfall down Buttermere Drive to the outfall in the creek. We're leaving the existing system in between the houses in place to help pick up the flooding. This one scored high in part because on one of the courts, where there's a sag before the end of the cul-de-sac, and those houses would be cut off from access during periods of rain. This is on Pin Oak Lane and Avila Drive. You can see on the left the flooding that occurs up there. It's a 24-inch pipe. The photo on the right, we were fortunate. This is actually from Google Earth Street View, but this was taken in June of this past year. Sometime around the 26th or 27th, we determined there was a rain event of about 2.9 inches. And if you look closely, you can see the debris that was where the high water marks were on the sides of the road. So again, for reference, this was about a 2.9-inch rain, and what we're looking at in the figure on the left is a 6.7-inch rain, the design storm. Our solution there is strictly to upsize the system. We looked at potentially going down behind houses, but it would have required over 30 easements, so we decided just to go down the street, replace the existing system, and enlarge that. This one is actually a DOT issue. It's at Cliffdale Road near Beaver Run Drive. The existing culvert underneath the road is about a 72-inch diameter pipe. For reference, that pipe at full flow will carry about 250 cubic feet per second, or CFS. The design storm is about 3 times that amount, or 750 CFS. Our proposal there is to upsize the culvert from a single 60-inch to 2 culverts, each of which would be 12 feet by 10 feet. Cliffdale Road is a DOT road, so it would be a DOT responsibility. The reason this scored so high, if you'll notice in the figure on the left, all of those houses in red are potentially impacted by the flooding. The top of the culvert is about 9 feet below the roadway, so the water level has to increase up to 9 feet deep before it will ever cross the road, and that's why those houses are impacted. And you can see in the figure on the left, if those measures are put into place, we greatly reduce the impact to the structures. The last one is the one that scored so low, but this is an area where city staff indicated there had been reports of flooding. What we're doing is increasing the culverts on 2 separate streets. Brookshire Street has a 24-inch culvert. We'll increase that one to a 3-foot by 3-foot culvert. And then Pin Oak Lane has a 30-inch culvert, and that'll be increased to 2 culverts, each 3.5 feet wide. Any questions?
I do, if no one else. Anybody else? So I'm going to go back to Pin Oak Drive.
Here?
Pin Oak Lane.
Yes, ma'am.
So what I see is it says the estimated cost is $8 million, and it impacts 8 structures.
That's correct.
So I'm going to ask the same questions that I've always asked. Are those structures homes?
Yes.
So my question is, if we are going to spend $8 million for 8 homes.
It's also impacted lane length as well. So
Okay.
roadway, there's, as you can saw from the photo, there's standing water in the road, which can cut off access. So that was part of the reason for the score.
Okay. So I see where the purple is gone on the other side, but my question, I guess my question is, if there is 8 homes and we pay $8 million to clean up the water, and I know Councilmember Hondras is looking at me, shaking his head. Again, my question is, do we buy out the homes and fix around that area? That would be less than $8 million. If it's not, I'm good with it. I just had to ask the question.
It's a great question for council.
Yes. Do you want to answer, Sheila?
Yes, of course. Council member, we show the data on the homes, but the fixes to the homes or disconnected structures as we talk about is incidental to the project. The fundamental driver is fixing or removing flooding in the right-of-way. And incidental to that work, incidental to that proposed solution, we so happen to be able to remove the flooding on those structures. So the driver is not the structures.
Okay. So, thank you. Understand that. We've been through this a lot. So
Right.
I guess my question is, when we present it, we need to really make sure that we're emphasis on that.
Absolutely.
Because, we went through one time, it was going to be like $300 million for like 15 homes. And it's like, well, there has to be a different way.
Absolutely,
Okay.
absolutely, yeah.
All
So
right.
the reducing of the 1,988 linear foot of impacted lane length, that's the driver of the project.
Okay.
And incidental to that is that we remove 8 structures from flooding.
Thank you.
And Mayor Pro Tem, you remember very well the project Mr. Harrod was over Trine Drive, where we took that house out because it was more cost-effective for us to do
Yes.
that. And, but, wow, we've been through a lot, haven't we? Just thinking back to all of the ones we looked at. Thank you.
Yes. Councilmember Hondros.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I just want to thank our city manager, assistant manager, Lindsay, our director, Sheila Thomas-Ambat, the whole stormwater staff, our partner, Gradient, for this forward-leaning. I think we're leading the state in this stormwater watershed modeling and getting these projects as shovel-ready as we can so we can apply and get awarded grants, right? So most of these, I think between 4.08 and 4.07, it was like $100 million worth of projects, if my math is correct. So we obviously don't have that in the bank. So these are future grants we're going to try to apply for and get. So I just want to commend the work you're doing. I'm looking at the efficacy rates here, and the lowest one I see is 71%. So again, I think earlier at this work session, Manager Hewitt alluded to Sheila Thomas-Ambat being a data-driven person. I appreciate the work you've done on this, and you're definitely an asset to the city. And I think we're quickly becoming a leader in the state for our proactive stormwater department. Mayor Pro Tem, I'm ready to make a motion whenever all the questions have been answered.
We have to, I'm sorry, just a couple more things. Can I do this now? Okay, thank you. That was, that's helpful to hear. And I wanted to add, we actually are considered leaders in the nation. We've been to some national conferences and well, we're just at anyway, we're just at the North Carolina conference, and they're all saying, you guys are doing incredible stuff. So everybody's looking to Fayetteville to see what Fayetteville's doing next. I just have to say. And thank you, Sheila. It is because of that data-driven mindset. This is important. I forgot to, I had it on the end of Gordon's instead of mine. And so just so you know what's coming next. So we've talked about what's in the gray, which was first tranche. We talked about what's in the blue, which is the second tranche. We're currently working on, we've got active projects coming. We're hoping to bring proposed solutions during this calendar year from Beaver Creek 2 and Carvers Creek. And then in 2025 calendar year from the remaining watersheds. So that's Beaver Creek 1, which has already been kicked. We're kicking off next week, Buckhead Creek, Little Rock Fish Creek 2, and Stewart's. And so we are steadily moving forward. So what we're going to ask is we're making a recommended action that we're asking council to provide consensus to approve the 28 proposed solutions from Little Rock Fish Creek 1 and Bones Creek watershed studies to enable staff to program them into the annual capital improvement program prioritization process and pursue grants as applicable, just as you said.
All right, I have a motion made by Hondras, second by Banks McLaughlin. Can I show of hands? That is unanimous with all those in favor. Thank you.
Thank y'all very much. So next is Matthew Jones with Hazen Sawyer with Cross Creek. Do you know how to get it? Not yet.
I see.
You see it?
Yep.
He's got it. Okay, thank you.
All right, good afternoon. And it's a pleasure to be here with you this afternoon to share an update on the Cross Creek watershed study. So brief overview to start, just to acquaint ourselves. Alicia had some watershed maps up here earlier. Cross Creek, you can see in the blue there, we have several watersheds that convene here in the downtown area. We are sitting right now within the Cross Creek watershed. Also breaking out, although it's part of the Cross Creek watershed, Rose Lake, you can see that's a substantial area tributary to that area, which we've touched on previously. So again, similarly to the prior presentation, looking at about an 80% status of the proposed solutions, we identified 107 concern areas throughout the watershed. 83 of those were selected to develop proposed solutions, which resulted in 83 associated proposed solutions. I won't read through all the numbers here, but you can see that there were a large number of impacted lane lengths, traverse road crossing risks, and disconnected structures, as well as just overall impacted structures. That total cost is $380 million. Of that, about $50 million is the large channel improvement downtown, which is a little bit different in nature from many of the other projects. So I did want to provide a brief recap. We have previously shared at the September council meeting, and then again a couple months ago, some of the primary system proposed solutions. So did want to briefly recap those. The downtown portion of Cross Creek does have significant flooding concerns. So one of the key projects that we've identified to address that is improving the channel geometry, essentially providing more channel capacity through the downtown area. So this is a significant project, estimated cost around $50 million. You can see that this is the profile along Cross Creek. The numbers at the bottom are the decrease in water surface elevations for a 10-year storm event. And you can see here through that downtown corridor, kind of starting from MLK Drive down to about Green Street, we're able to reduce flood elevations by several feet, which has a significant impact on reducing that downtown flooding. Another project that we identified farther up in the watershed was a Rose Lake temporary detention concept. So this project is currently under review for a BRIC grant funding, but this is focused on providing some temporary detention farther up in the watershed to help alleviate downstream flooding. You can see here a similar profile that reduces the flood elevations across the broader creek. It does not fully address the downtown flooding, thus the two solutions. And when you add those together, you get a combined benefit. And we've shared those previously, but just wanted to kind of reacquaint folks that that is all within the same watershed. Really here we wanted to focus on the secondary system. So this is the pipe networks and smaller channels that are tributary to the main Cross Creek. So we identified 11 top proposed solutions here, ranging in score from 63 down to 16. So the higher the score, the worse the existing flooding issues are. And you can see the efficacy and the cost associated with those projects. I'm just going to very briefly kind of flip through some of these, and certainly feel free, happy to answer questions about any of those. Well, here you can see we kind of turned the watershed on its side to fit on the slide, so north is to the left. But you can see we have proposed solutions distributed throughout the watershed, and similarly, those top 11 proposed solutions are also distributed throughout the Cross Creek watershed. So first up is our proposed solution 11. So this is right in front of City Hall. You can see a summary. We're able to get an 100% efficacy, costs about $500,000. One of the reasons for that cost is this is phased with the next proposed solution that I will show, which is 13. So this area drains into proposed solution 13, which is our largest concern area and a significant project addressing flooding throughout around the vicinity of the transit center and a new outfall down near the Airborne Museum into Cross Creek. So we have concern area 52. This is up near E.E. Smith High School. Some neighborhood flooding there due to limited pipe capacity, and pipe upsizing is able to address most of those impacts. We have concern area 12, so this is the area back behind City Hall, looking at, again, limited pipe capacity and pipe upsizing through this area to address that flooding. One thing I would note about this, as well as 11, part of the scoring criteria looks at essential facilities, of which the police station and City Hall fall that category, so that helps with the scoring and explains some of the higher scores for these areas. We've got concern area 26. So this is up in the vicinity of the post office. Similar story where we have undersized pipe system and increasing that capacity with a new outfall to Cross Creek to help address that flooding. Proposed solution is 64. So this is in the Eccles Park neighborhood, specifically between Chambray and McLean. So this is an area of limited pipe capacity. This one's a little unique in that, if you all can see my cursor, there's an undersized pipe system that runs along between kind of a valley back between houses on both of those streets. And so it's increasing the pipe capacity of that system to address the flooding in that area. As Gordon noted in his presentation, one of the things that we look at is identifying areas where there is observed flooding, and that is the case here during, in fact, that same June storm. Residents in the area shared reports of flooding in this area that generally seem to align with our modeling of that flooding. Moving along, we have two proposed solutions along Ramsey Street. They're at the intersection of Eastwood Avenue, and then another at Post Avenue. Again, similar story with these, undersized pipe capacity, but also that flooding affecting Ramsey Street itself, obviously a key transportation corridor. And we were able with both of these to get 100% efficacy. Proposed solution 90, so this is up near the North Regional Library. Again, similar story. In fact, in this case, there's limited pipe infrastructure, so part of the project is putting in the pipe infrastructure within that area. And then proposed solution 66, again, similar to what we've seen before, limited pipe capacity, improving that through upsizing pipes in that area. And then 35 on Bragg Boulevard, near Bragg Boulevard and Blue Street, just west of MLK Boulevard, where we have flooding coming across Bragg Boulevard due to limited pipe capacity. With that, I'll turn over to Byron to speak a bit about the prioritization, and happy to circle back for any questions.
Thank you.
Yeah, so just wanted to briefly touch on our stormwater CIP prioritization as we move into project development. So y'all have taken in a lot of information today, a lot of proposed solutions, several $100 million worth of proposed projects. Not all of those projects are moving into project development. So how do we determine which projects move into those? That next phase where we're actually starting to do construction drawings. How we did it when we brought the first tranche of proposed solutions back in December of 21, we ranked these going into project development based off the concern area score. So it was almost like a worst to first. The worst concern area were rated higher. We then looked at the efficacy. Is there a practical solution based off of the funding? We also tried to target an equitable distribution between the watersheds so that we weren't concentrating all of our stormwater enterprise funds in one section of town. We tried to distribute it evenly throughout the city. We also then had some subjective criteria, which included some strategic selections. Were there projects in a DOT right-of-way that we may not focus on, or could we partner with DOT and piggyback on one of their projects? Was there projects in an area that are needing resurfacing? Are they high on the resurfacing list? Should we prioritize them so that we're not resurfacing a road and then turning around a couple years later and tearing that road back up? Then we also looked at whether it was a greater benefit to the community, grant potential, as well as the asset condition. So a lot of what you're seeing is flooding and inundation. What we haven't really talked about today is the actual condition of the asset, whether the pipe is about to fail. So just really wanted to drive home the fact that this is not a static list. You're not going to get a list of 1 through 10 or 1 through however many. It's a fluid list. As they complete more watershed studies, you have those higher priority projects that are going to float to the top. So just want to drive it home that you're not getting a list of 1 through 10, and those are the next 10 projects to get done. Every proposed solution that we do recommend to move forward as a project, though, we do bring back to council to get your approval so that you're on board with what we're proposing. So it's not like the proposed solutions you see here are just going to go on a list on a shelf and never be seen again. They would be brought back when they are recommended by staff to move forward to that project development. And so just here are the list of the projects that have come out of the watershed study thus far that we've moved into project development. You'll see we had a plethora of them in December of 21. We then also brought Locks Creek and Person and Russell in June of 22, as well as the Rose Lake temporary back in September. As you'll see, one thing that we've gotten out of this watershed study is we've got some really good projects that are really favorable toward grants. You'll see Adam Street. We're constructing that with some of that $10.55 million in ARPA funding that we got from the state. We have Line and Ivy, that's a potential disaster relief mitigation fund recipient. And then we have our Person and Russell and Rose Lake temporary detention that are potential FEMA brick recipients. So right there on the sheet, you have $60 million in projects that are currently under design or construction. 28.5 million of that, give or take, is pending state or federal funding. So we're really, realistically, about 48% of these project costs, we're leveraging non-stormwater enterprise funds. So we're really trying to stretch those stormwater enterprise dollars as far as we can. So we're really trying to target on projects that we feel are attractive projects for different types of grants. And so with that, similar to the prior presentation, here are the options and recommendations for the Cross Creek to provide consensus to approve the 83 proposed solutions so that we can program them into our CIP prioritization process.
All right, do we have any questions? All right, Councilmember Benavente.
No, I was prepared to make a motion. I guess I just wanted to briefly make mention that, our engineers did a really great job on this project. They're really responsive to the community. I know that while my passions are public safety, and that is true for, I think, most of my residents, I've also learned that some passion for stormwater is very strong. So I just wanted to recognize Echoes Park Community Watch President, Ms. Whitehead, Ms. Benet, Ms. Jones as well, that are here from that community watch group, just to hear about what's in the works for their community. They are very aware and concerned and active about it. So with that being said, I just wanted to make a motion to provide consensus to approve these 83 solutions and enable staff to program them into the annual CIP prioritization process and pursue grants as applicable.
All right, so I have a motion by Councilmember Benavente and a second by Councilmember Hondros. Would you like to speak, Councilmember Hondros?
Hey,
yes.
Can we go back to slide 18? I just want to highlight this again. Thanks to the whole stormwater team and our partners for this. When Councilman slide 18, I believe it was Eccles with one of my friends I met several months ago and some of my new friends I met today. So when Councilman Benavente brought this particular situation to our forefront, and I would have, and I'm not an engineer, but I've been working with these folks for several years. If somebody would have told me we would get a project that had 75% efficacy, I would not have believed it. So kudos to the whole team, and let's get some grants to get this stuff done.
Thank you. With that being said, let's take a vote. All those in favor? That is unanimous with those present. Thank you so much for all your hard work.
Thank you all.
On. All right. Now we are going to go to 4.09, 2024 financial update. Thank you, Mr. Yates.
So, good afternoon. Let's see. All right, Jennifer, which one is it? All right, thank you. Do we need more? Or? All right, so what I have for you today, or this afternoon, is a quick look at where we are through March of 2024 in our financial update. As you received in your packet or in your agenda for this week, there were some detailed reports, but this is just an overview of that, as well as a projection to year end. So what we've done is taken all of the data that we have related through the year, looked at historical trends, and we said, okay, knowing what we know and knowing what we know about our performance, where does that put us at the end of the year? So we're projecting to finish about $1.7 million above our 12% of assigned fund balance policy goal. Now that we also have a 10% policy kind of a floor, and that goal is the 12%. So you can see down in the corner of the model where it says 21 million and 25 million. Those are your different fund balance levels. So when your unassigned fund balance is above that, you have achieved above your level, and that funding is there then possibly for future use. Okay, so a couple of highlights for you. Our revenue is projected to come in about 1.8 million more than what we had budgeted. One thing we're kind of wrestling with right now is the county has been slow pay on some of our tax categories, so we're still a couple months behind on some of that data. As that comes in, we'll refine that estimate and kind of take a look at that. But we're tracking in line with where we expect to be. Our expenditures are going to be about $1.1 million less than the revised budget. So when we look at revised, we back out the efficiency savings we had plugged in. If you remember back to the budget discussion, we had a little over $19 million of vacancy and efficiency money. So we're projecting to achieve that and come in a little better than we anticipated. So where we had projected with the revised budget, which means all the carried forward encumbrances and everything, where we would spend $16.3 million, we're actually going to end up spending about $13.4 million of our fund balance for this upcoming year, or for 2024. So I'll pause there. It's a lot of information, but I just wanted the big number, or the most important number at this point as we go into the next year's budget, is where we are with our fund balance calculation and where we anticipate to end the year.
All right, I'm sorry. Any questions? All right, sorry, continue.
Perfect, thank you. So looking at that same concept, we use that. Yes, sir.
Are you saying then at the end of the year, or you mean at the end of our fiscal year?
At the end of 2024, the fiscal year we're in right now, that'll end in about 2 months.
Okay, to be at the 25 mil.
To be at almost 27 million. Your policy level, your goal is 25.2.
Okay, 26.9. Okay.
Okay, so you'll be just a little over what that policy goal is. And that'll be, so to kind of explain how this fits with the process, that'll be the starting place when we come back with budget recommendations for 2025. That number will be part of that budget discussion and deliberation in the upcoming year. The 26 million. Okay. And remember, we want to keep above the $25 million policy level looking forward into the future, because the 12% keeps you solvent in emergencies, provides for your bonding and so forth. We looked at stormwater utility in the same way, and looking at the revenues, they're projected to be about 768,000 higher than anticipated. This is primarily due to our investments. We've had a really good year in our investments, as have most folks in the market. So our fees, which are the stormwater fees, are about where we anticipate them to be. So we're seeing that increase largely coming from that investment revenue. Expenditures are going to be about 2.4 million less than the revised budget, and that's largely due to vacancies and other kind of just efficiency savings throughout that. The projected net position for stormwater is about 14.7 million. That's their fund balance. That's what the enterprise fund calls its fund balance. And the reason for that, and what we want to look at when we consider it coming up, is that fund balance provides support for grant projects, future cash funded projects, and catastrophic failures. What you want to be sure is you have enough money in the bank so that when you have an opportunity or you have a major incident, you're able to fund that. You're able to fund that and keep the system whole. So while 14.7 seems like a large number, as we just talked about, those projects are not cheap. So when you have a catastrophic failure, it's not a $800,000 project. It's a massive project. So we want to be sure we keep that fund solvent as we look at that and go forward. Next, we look at the Environmental Services Fund, which is solid waste. They're going to have at the end of this year about 1.3 million in unassigned net position, sorry. And right now we're looking to finish revenues about 932,000 above revised. So again, that's due in part to their investment earnings, as well as there was some look at the number of households, and we've seen a greater number of households and customers in that area. So the expenditures are projected to be about 1.1 million less, and this is largely due to those personnel savings. As what we're seeing universally, and we'll talk about staffing in just a moment, across the city we're seeing a pretty tough time hiring. So we're hovering around that 12.5% vacancy rate, and that's generating that savings in all of these enterprise funds in addition to the general fund. So with that in mind, you have about 1.3 million of unassigned fund balance. As I mentioned, our unassigned net earnings, net position. And again, same thing with when you're looking at the stormwater, you want to be sure that you maintain some solvency in that fund. A trash truck, $600,000 or $700,000 in a shot. So if you were to lose one or have an issue, you want to be, they're not as high risk from that perspective, so it's not as large a risk, for instance, as stormwater, but it still presents some risk. So we want to be sure we maintain some level of cash funding. And the nature of their revenues, because they come in off the property tax bill, they're low risk in revenue, but high risk in catastrophic loss. So we just want to kind of keep that fund balance healthy enough to address any of those issues that may arise. Then the last thing I wanted to look at real quick with you, and this of course is all in your reporting, is our personnel report. We are typically what you would like to see in this is a citywide vacancy of less than 10%. Probably around 6 or 7% would be considered pretty healthy. When you get down around 3-4%, that's considered full. You're really at full employment, and you're turning over. That's only churn of positions, really. So at 12%, what we're seeing is what we refer to as some terminally vacant positions, meaning that kind of that greater than 2-year mark. So when we look across that 12.12, we kind of look at the drivers. The biggest driver right now is the police. So you can see the police sworn, there's about 70 vacant positions. That's about a vacancy of 16.3%. When you look at fire rank, that's about 8%. Fire, while 8% seems high, if you think about the cycle of hiring, in both fire and police, you'll build up vacancies, you'll fill them through academies, so your vacancy rate goes down. Then again, over time, you build it up. It's kind of a jigsaw pattern. up and down, up and down. But fire historically has been able to fill back. Police have not. Their capacity to run in their academies is 25 to 30, and they run a couple academies a year. Up to, I think the number, Chief, is about 75 that you can push through academies in a year if you're hustling. Is that about right? Or police? Yep. So that just kind of gives you an idea of the time it takes to fill those positions. So emergency communications is about 25%, and transit's right at about 15%. So those are the kind of the high vacancy areas. We've offset this with overtime and with contract labor. And then finally, in the projected general fund, those vacancies are going to yield us a savings of about $13.7 million in this year. So with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions on personnel or any of the funding slides or any of the funds. I just wanted to give you that quick update and show you where we expect to end the year.
Thank you. Okay, we are going to go to Councilmember Hondros, Thompson, and Hare.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. On this slide, Mr. Yates, I see on the left at the top there the vacancy where it has the fire listed. Where on the list is fire? On that list to the right. Am I missing it?
It is in your report, and I'm sorry, it must be in a hidden row.
Okay. That was one question. The other question on solid waste or environmental services, for example. Can we go back to that slide? So this includes our solid waste pickup or general trash or recycle, as well as our yard debris. Is that correct?
At this point, this does not include the leaf pickup, but it does include the containerized.
Not the loose leaf.
Not the loose
but
leaf.
the weekly. Yeah.
But the other services provided, yes.
So the actual there is 15 million. What's it projected once we get to June 30? Like what is that entire environmental services? What was that price tag for fiscal year 24?
I'm not sure I understand the question. Are you talking about the 265?
That's the fee.
That's
talking
the
about
fee.
how many
Residential
is
solid waste
it costing us 15 million, 18 million, or 17 million?
The budget, the revised budget for 2024 is 18.4 million. The estimated actual spend for 2024 is 17.3 million. The actual expenditure in 2023 was 15 million.
Okay, so that's going to leave us a surplus of 1.2, or is it the 1.1 figure right above that?
The 1.172 is the difference between revenues and expenditures for 24.
Okay, and then we had a balance already.
Then you add the balance, the 115, that is your carried balance. That brings you almost to 1.3.
Thank you, sir.
Does that help?
Councilmember Thompson.
Question was answered, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you.
Councilmember Hare.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Whenever we look at our vacancies and depending on it, and just the apartments across the board, do we ever consider using a company as a contractor to help fill those voids versus than trying to hire the people to fill those vacancies in the departments? Is that something we've ever considered? And what I'm thinking of is, I had planned to ask this question, which is not on here, but I was planned to ask the question of our audit department. Is it out of the question, for example, to have, and I'm going to throw this name out there because I'm familiar with it, a Holland Beckert, whatever the full name was, Cherry Beckert in Holland, to fill certain areas as in our audit department as a contractor, though it's a company, instead of us trying to find 3, 4, or however many employees that may be necessary.
Yes, sir, it is, and that's actually the strategy. All of that. That is the strategy that we're employing. Earlier this evening, when you saw
That's the
this,
strategy what?
that's the strategy that we're employing to fix the vacancies that we have.
Okay,
Yes.
okay, because I knew I was going to bring it up at the
Yes, sir.
audit committee.
And we have been using temporary and sometimes contract labor. You remember who was Ron Macaluso, who was our transit director? He was not a city employee; he was a contract employee. And so we've, yes, sir. So we've run it both ways, where we actually bring people in, they sit here as if they are full-time employees. All of the work that Sheila and her team presented, we could have done that in-house. We actually have a modeler, but because we could not find one at one time, we found it much easier for us in the capacity of work we had to farm that out. So we do all of that. We do all of that. Yes, sir.
So where is that on here?
That would be in the departments under their operating budgets. And so it would be, yes, sir. Yes, sir. That would be where you would find that.
So then I guess I could just keep forward on it so that whenever we have our audit, I can't remember what day it is, and I was had planned to bring that up. Is that a pretty successful direction that maybe we could go?
Yes,
help
sir.
Feel that, because we've got some concerns we're trying to take care of.
Yes, sir. And that is also consistent with the strategy we would share with you at that time. Yes.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, so yes, can I get a motion to receive the report? So I saw Councilmember McNair's hand go up first, and second by Councilmember Green. All those in favor? Did you have a question?
When are we going to get a budget?
You'll be called about that. You'll be called about that. Should have been called today, but definitely tomorrow. And as soon as you see the deputy clerk, we can tell you more precisely when.
So tomorrow we're getting the budget?
If you'll see Jennifer on your way out, we'll be precisely.
All right, all those in favor? Councilmember Hunter. Okay, that is unanimous with those present. Thank you very much. Great work. Now we get to talk about Parks and Rec.
Yes, ma'am. So, Mr. Gibson and I have been in lots of conversations with our friends over at the county to talk about our operations agreement. If the council will recall, we spoke with you last year about what was a 2004 operations agreement that brought the merger of the Cumberland County Fayetteville Parks and Recreation Departments under one umbrella that the city hosts. Within 20 years now into this, the operations are working very well, but as you can imagine, there were some things that probably needed to be tweaked, not the least of which has to do with the cost, the administrative cost provision, which is provision number 18 within that agreement. When it was established, it was set at a fee of $60,000. Lots changed in the world since 20 years ago, including costs. And so we've had very productive conversations with our county counterparts, and they are very open to us working to amend this part of the agreement. As part of that, we did decide, well, let's look at the whole agreement and see if there's some other things that needed to be tweaked. There were some things, but nothing of a significant nature. We did provide that to you in your packets. If you'd like to review, if you have any questions about those, we'd be happy to answer that. But really just wanted to give you guys an update of where we are. but to do this, to amend the agreement requires an approval from both elected bodies. So while they're again running through this same conversation with their leadership and their attorneys to sort of make sure they're in agreement with the language, and we're doing the same thing. We want to bring you guys along in the process to make sure you're aware of what we're doing. This is a response to the conversation again we had last year. The change is this of number 18. We would look to tie that administrative fee to what is an accepted accounting standard for how you review and determine what are called indirect costs. So what are those costs that the city is providing to make sure that we've got Parks and Rec services to both the city and the county? If they were going to do it independently, what would be their cost based on what we're doing? That's what that number would be. And so it's an accepted accounting standard that they use it. We use it for lots of different reasons to determine indirect costs. So we build that into the agreement so that each year that would be the amount that we would charge back to the county. If we were going based on our most recent study, that would be approximately $500,000, which is a significant change from the 60. So that's what we hope to bring back to you guys as part of a consent item in the near future.
Okay, do we have any questions? Councilmember Thompson. He's not. Would you like to think about it and then I can? Oh, okay.
Pam, can you get his mic on?
That's okay. But my question is, some of these interlocal agreements that I looked at was back in 2006. A lot of things have changed. And after looking at the vacancy list that we just got finished looking at, and with Parks and Rec being on that list, how do you combat still doing county work and city work with the staff that you have now? And how does that calculate on the charges?
One of the things that you want to look at now for the vacancies with Parks and Recreation, they're not the same ones. They're just the same position. One of the things that happens is with the counties, when we talk about seniors or we talk about special needs, they contribute to the operations and the staffing for those countywide programs.
Okay.
And they also fund their recreational people. So you may see a maintenance worker, you may see a recreation person. That might not be the same position that you might see for a year. It could be somebody who's left, 3 or 4 people who've left.
That's a good answer, but here's another question.
Okay.
With the, and I'm just going off the top of my head, some of the properties that you have to cut, for instance, that are county properties, vacant lots that has been there forever, you need updated new equipment to do that. Is that part of the fee that you would charge them, that you would have to buy that equipment to do their services for them?
No, I want to make sure I understand your question so that Michael does as well. When we do work in the county, it is at a county facility, a Parks and Rec facility. We are not going out and cutting a county vacant lot.
What he's talking about is when somebody forecloses on a property.
In the county.
In the county.
It doesn't show up on the paperwork. What we need to do is make sure that Keisha comes and explains that, because she's done it a couple of times before. But that vacant property, because of the county has a tax on it, the city has a tax on it, the way you see it, it could be in the city limits or the county. But she just needs to bring that back again. I thought she was going to do that before.
Okay.
Oh, there you go, Keisha, right there. Oh, okay. It's those properties that have the city, county on it, but it's that way because people have just abandoned them and left them. But if you sell it, you have to give the county a bit of money and then the city gets a bit of money. But they're in the city limits, most of them. It's like in B Street. It could be down on Van Story Street. But because the way it says, it's city, county, because it's in the county and it's the cities. But Keisha gonna clean all that up.
Any other questions before I have mine? So.
Is this thing working?
So I said that I would be, I understand what's going on, and I'm not going to ask a lot of questions. I'm not. The only question or the only request that I have, because I know we brought this conversation up about a year ago, is number one, we have to change it. We cannot continue on the path that we are on. And there's a lot of things that we need to look at in Parks and Rec to be able to give the services that we need to give to our youth, our seniors, and our residents. The one thing that I ask in this contract, that we have this signed by the time we do our budget, because this has to be signed, because if we do not sign it in year 2025 fiscal year, we will only receive the $60,000. If they choose or we cannot come together in an agreement, then I request that we put our notice in for the agreement, that because we have to have a year to separate. So I'm not saying that we need to do that. I'm saying my opinion, that we need to put it in, try to get it taken care of. So I am asking that. Great work, very, very excited about the work that you've done, and I think that we just need to make sure that it is signed and ready to go before we have our budget. That's all I have to say. Councilmember Benavente, do you have something? Okay. So, can I put that in a motion? Can I put that in a motion to accept it? Okay. Would you like to put that in the motion, or would you like me to?
I second Councilmember Jones's motion.
Can I make a motion? Yes. Okay. Okay, it's a consensus motion. Okay. I make a motion that the council provides, wait a minute, I'm in the wrong place. I make a motion that we receive the report and that it is signed and ready to go before the budget season. All those in favor on a consensus? That is unanimous with those present. Thank you for your great work. All right.
Christopher, are you giving this, or is Alex?
A team effort.
Day Resource Center operator selection. This is exciting.
Good evening, council. I was going to let Alex come up here by himself, but it's not fair to let somebody follow right after Michael like that. Alex is going to tell you more about it, but we're here tonight to talk to you a little bit about the Day Resource Center. We put out a request for proposals looking for an operating partner. Most of you are aware that Cumberland Health Net, our partner for this first year, decided not to renew its contract after June 30th. So we've been out doing a lot of work. We've got a good recommendation. Manager asked us to be mindful of time, and bottom line up front is that we've had a community advisory group come together. We have selected MANA, their Dream Center nonprofit, to run the Day Resource Center, but I'm really excited for Alex to tell you about all the hard work that he put into working with the community to come up with that recommendation. So I'll let him take it from here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, and City Manager. I won't belabor your time or your patience today. We got here, as Chris said, at CNN. Cumberland Health Net notified us that they would not renew their lease or their contract come June 30th. We received that January 31st of this year. And so we began to do a few things. Our phone rang off the hook, as it was quite a newsworthy event, and so that let us know we needed some process in place to help guide that. So we dusted off the requests for proposals, and we put that together. We heard from the community, we heard council, and we heard the city manager's office. We made sure that proposal contained a few things: a plan to promote partnerships, building maintenance, promotion and marketing volunteers, and then community feedback. We received 4 applications through that response process. those applications were United Ministries in Christ, would it be Life, Service Source, Marius Maximus, and then Manna Dream Center. We put together a community group to help us revise those, look at those applications and score them. They consisted of people with lived experience, the COC chair, a member of our advisory council, the Fayetteville Redevelopment Commission, a community advocate, the head of the off-road outreach, myself, and president of the Arts Council. 5 of those members will remain as a committee and help guide us on a permanent basis to help make sure that activities at the center are running accordingly. The committee did meet and score those proposals. You can see those scores there for you. At the end, the committee asked to interview 2 of the finalists, and that was Service Source and Manna Dream Center. We kind of wanted to put what they pulled out as a comparison so that you can see them kind of apples to apples. Both had in-kind donations and oversight. Both are funded 3 or 4 positions. Bringing leverage to the project. One had 30 years experience, Dream Center had 30 years of experience, and Service Source has 25. What separated Manna was they currently provide and have experience in providing shelter, food, meals, and showers, whereas Service Source is mainly an employer provider. So, with that, it was the committee's recommendation, and we support their recommendation before you tonight to move Manna Dream Center forward as the operating partner. Wanted to share with you a little bit about Manna's approach. It is heavily based on Oak City Cares, as they made several trips there to look at that. You'll see here that they did provide a website design that focuses heavy on a community approach and adopts our community branding. It is committed to having volunteers and partners and a way to donate. They did commit that no service would be based on a religion, even though they are a church. They would not predicate services based on religion. And so with that, we want to talk to you a little bit about next steps and what those next steps look like. If we gain consensus from City Council this evening, we would provide some contractual requirements in the lease and the contract. Those requirements would be outcome driven. They would include feedback loops to share surveys and data. The DRC would continue to meet and provide oversight. And we hope to do this so that we can begin transitioning in the month of June, so that there is no interruption in services as the lease does expire, and we would want them in there July 1st. Current and future improvements at the Day Resource Center. The kitchen is in the process of being upgraded with sink, conventional oven, and other necessities to transform the kitchen. All the showers are now operational, as well as the washers. Floor is being maintained. The phone station is fixed. Again, Manna brings to one of the things we've been missing is website, and they also have committed to boost other churches' ability to participate and be included in the community. I did want to note that in all 4 proposals that we received, we did look and seek to extend hours. That was a significant contribution from the city side to do that. There were no partners that was able to extend hours beyond significant funding commitment. Told you I'd make it short and quick, and I'm happy to take any questions that you may have.
We have Councilmember Benavente, Councilmember Banks McLaughlin, and Councilmember Hare. And Councilmember Davis.
I was just prepared to make a motion, but I'll defer to the questions.
I was prepared to make a second, but I do want to congratulate, well, first our staff for meeting a deadline, because I was a little bit worried about that, making sure that we transition properly. I do want to congratulate Manna Dream Center for taking on the commitment to serve our community and every other organization that participated in the RFP process, and hope that things, I think things will work out better this go round, because I think we've learned from our past mistakes. So I just wanted to thank you all, and I'm prepared to make the second after Councilmember Benavente.
Okay, Councilmember Hare.
Same thing, I was gonna move to make the motion, but at the same time, just a thumbs up. I think you all did a very, very good job. You hit a lot of points that were missing whenever they came, the group that's in now Cumberland Net. There were some missings there, and I was glad to see that you all responded to those concerns. Very big supporter of Manor Church, very big supporter of the Fletchers, even back to Fletcher Senior. They've worked well in the community, so they was doing some of these kind of things already. I don't even know if people are aware they had that red shirt group that went into the community when we had floods and things, and they even worked in my neighborhood helping residents. So I'm very, very happy with the pick. Well, for us picking that.
All right, Councilmember Davis.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So I was also prepared to make that motion, but I do want to reiterate for the public to understand, because we had a issue with it in the past when they went to Durham, that this is not based off of just religion. It's not religious based, so you don't have to participate in order to get services. So just wanted to reiterate that, and I am prepared to make that motion whenever it's time.
Councilmember Thompson.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I just wanted to ask a simple question here. Homelessness is not a 9 to 5, and extended hours and extended meals would be optimal. I know the Dates Resource Center closes down at 5, and it's only Monday through Friday. How do we get the county to fill in some of those gaps to help us until their facility gets built?
I will go to City Manager Hewitt.
Yes, we had a really good meeting here a couple weeks back with the county and the city-county liaison, and the county invited us to send them a list of services that they could assist us with, and we are preparing a secondary list to send to them, and we hope that to get that out to Kelly and Christopher this week. And we are looking for a very positive response back to them. It was the chairman's request that we send something to them, and we're looking forward to his positive response back once we get it to him.
So to piggyback off of that, we did send a response. And they asked for a little bit more in depth. So we are getting that prepared, and we will be ready. So with that, do you have a question, Councilmember?
9 o'clock?
What's 9
a.m.?
It's the joint county and city.
Oh, joint homeless. I'm sure that Kelly can have the outline of it. We already have it largely. Yes. It's just, and that would probably be a good place to provide it, to say that if it's not coming, it'll be forthcoming to the entire board. Yes.
So you can see what we've sent already. Yeah. That's perfect.
Perfect. Thank you, Kelly.
With that being said, I am going to go to Councilmember Davis and District 2. Thank you, Councilmember Benavente. So Councilmember Davis.
Yes. Someone correct me if I make this. Yes. So I move that we provide the consensus to direct staff to enter into a 1-year contract with Manor Dream Center to operate the Fayetteville DRC.
Okay, and we have a second with Councilmember Banks McLaughlin. All right. With all that being said, can I get a consensus vote? All right, that is unanimous. Thank you so much.
If I can, we will have just a few more items, and then we have a closed session as well. But Christopher will be brief.
just staying slightly above water, you know. Let's see here. 1 second.
The amusement?
No, the home, the housing, home.
No, I never got that. Okay, sorry.
No worries. All right, I need just one brief moment to pull it up here.
Let me see. I mean, I can do that.
All right, Council, I apologize for that. I was definitely supposed to save this in the folder and did not do that, so we got it up now. So tonight we wanted to talk to you a little bit about our down payment program, how it currently operates, and then Council had asked through a council member agenda item submitted by the mayor, Council asked us to look at that program and consider how we might expand it. So we did a bunch of work and came back with some really good ideas, and I'm really excited to show you guys tonight. So first off, y'all have done a lot of work in the a little more than 4.5 years I've been here. First off, we created the Good Neighbor program for our employees. We adopted an affordable housing study back in 21. We reestablished a grant-funded down payment assistance program in 2022, and after a brief 12-year hiatus in that program not being offered. So that was huge for us to design and implement a new program after that long. We expanded Good Neighbor to all employees across the city. So before it was targeted to public safety. We hired a dedicated staff member who, if you haven't gotten to meet my team member, Bernadine, she is a bright light in a dark room, and she is very passionate about this stuff and just very awesome and very, she's been out in the community nonstop talking about these programs. And then using some local funding that we got from the state, we were able to expand our program from 80% of area median income up to 120% just this past year in 2023. So looking at those current programs, we got 3 funding sources. We got local funding from City Council for the Good Neighbor program. We've got grant funding from HUD for 80% of area median income and below. And we've got state funding for people from 80% to 120%. So you can kind of see on this chart here, there's a couple of interesting little tidbits to point out. The Good Neighbor program is currently $30,000. Our program that we offer to the broader community is $20,000 in down payment. Now, the way that we calculate that for the one we offer to the community is a family figures out what an affordable mortgage looks like, which is typically somewhere around 30% of their income. And then we help put up whatever's needed to make that gap that's needed. So, depending on the family's income, they could need, we closed on a house a month or two ago for $6,000 in down payment assistance, right? So we don't automatically put the full 20 out there. It's whatever's required for that family to have an affordable mortgage. And with both of our programs, we have a 50-50 match. There's one thing that I keep putting out here. I want y'all to be as proud of it as I am. We are one of 5 municipalities in North Carolina that are offering down payment assistance up to the income level we are. That was the city attorney's office, and Lisa Harper helped us work through that and look at some other benchmark places and figure out how they were doing that and staying legal. And we were able to make that argument and put that program in place. So to give you an idea, because I know I was going to get asked, I put the area median income up here on a chart. So you can kind of see here that the bottom line is the area median income across the Fayetteville MSA. You can see that our grant-funded program is at that 80% level. So for a household of 4, that is a gross income of $60,000. Our locally funded one goes up to 90, and then our Good Neighbor program goes up to 105 for that family of 4. But you can see it changes based on the household. We've got very specific ways that we calculate the income and calculate the household, and all of that stuff is published on our website for any lender or realtor or prospective home buyer to look at. So a lot of what we've been doing, though, is trying to set the conditions for these programs to be successful, and we're doing that through education, helping people become ready, and creating those opportunities. So we've been marketing on billboards, on Fay TV, on flyers, posters, brochures. We've done outreach with lenders and brokers, agents. We go to all new employee orientations at the city. Bernadine has gone out and presented to departments on a Saturday morning because that's when they got all their employees together. We have monthly homebuyer workshops and counseling through Kingdom Community Development Corporation, who's been a great partner for a long time. We have community events and organizations. So if you happen to stop by our booth during Dogwood, you'd have seen some questions about how to buy your first house and what resources we have available. So with Kingdom CDC, we worked with them to move the class from their home office in Spring Lake to FTCC here in the city limits. We've also been marketing that class pretty heavily using our marketing and communications resources. So we are pretty much averaging 30 people per class now, which is the maximum amount. Before they were not quite full all the time. And so we've been very successful in getting that. And I know that's not people buying a house, but that is people understanding the journey that they have to start to get ready to buy a house. So, as I said, at the March 4th work session, the mayor announced his intent to set a goal to achieve 300 home buyers by 2026. City Council asked staff to review the program and expand it to employees of Cumberland County, Cape Fear Hospital, the school district. And we also looked at the current efforts in other peer cities, and we found that the matching requirement was not in line with peer cities and what they're offering. The amount of down payment assistance varies greatly in the market. We saw as low as $5,000 and as high as $70,000. Obviously, depending on your real estate market, that number fluctuates. The up to calculation that I talked about a minute ago was the best practice, though, is looking at what they can afford as a mortgage for their family and then helping to bridge that gap. And so we're looking to change and update the program. So the first thing we looked at was expanding the program. So Cumberland County has about 2,000 employees, including the health department, sheriff's office, DSS, ABC, public library. The school system has about 7,100 employees, and the health system has about 7,000 employees as well. So we would propose to expand the program up to $30,000 for those employees as well. The way that we're writing that into our policies is that the program is expanded for public servants. We're also asking to no longer require the matching funds. And all programs are still limited to the 120% of area median income. That puts us as one of 5 municipalities in the state that offers that high. So with that, we also want to try to get the word out. So government is real good about calling programs some boring, very descriptive name of what it is. And so we had the Home Buyer Assistance Program. And that didn't create any kind of buzz. No matter how many flyers we gave out, no matter how many things we talked to, no matter how many interviews we did. And so with marketing communications help and one of my amazing team members, Jackie, we were able to kind of put together this whole hero thing. So if you remember, I told you a minute ago that part of our effort was education and readiness and creating opportunities. And so that's how we kind of started throwing around ideas and got to the hero concept. Yeah. The logo was provided with the little hero guy up there from Lauren's team at marketing. The emphasis is on education and getting people ready. It's an opportunity versus talking about a forgivable loan or a grant with requirements. So we're talking about creating opportunities, right? And the program really prepares people before they get to the down payment assistance. So that's pretty much our presentation today. We're asking to remove the match requirement from the program effective July 1. so that we can have time to implement that stuff and put our policies in place, and to increase the amount for public service employees up to $30,000. Now, before I get to that, I do want to just make one incredibly important point here. The success of this program is functionally dependent on the private market. Our job is to get this program out to every single person who could possibly qualify for it and help people prepare for home ownership. With the cost of housing, with interest rates rising, we cannot just measure our success only on the number of units we produce, because we can do everything in our power and we're still not closing those gaps. But I will commit that our team will continually review this. If that $20,000 number is not enough to close the gap, we'll come back to council and address that. Thank you all.
All right, I'm going to go to Councilmember Benavente. Do you have a question?
No, I move that we take consensus to match the requirement, increase the amount to $30K for public service employees.
Okay, was that a second? Okay, so Councilmember Hare has a second, and Councilmember Thompson, discussion?
Just a statement, Mr. Cawley. I think your marketing strategy is twofold, because I had Derek MacArthur on WIDU speaking specifically about home ownership. And Weston Sandy, after that interview, said that more people called in to ask more questions about home ownership than probably any program that I have had on the show. So, I think it's very, very important that we also use the radio to get the message out, not just WIDU, but every other radio station out there, to broadcast the importance of this free money that they can get to become homeowners. So keep doing up the great work.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
So do I have any other questions? All right, I'm asking for a consensus vote. All those in favor? That is unanimous with those present. Thank you, Mr. Cawley. Great work. All right, let's go to Robo, Mr. Van Giens. Discussion regarding recruitment of an amusement and attractions.
Now, I know and appreciate what a long meeting it's been, so can I just skip to my last slide first? Because I feel it's appropriate. But do I amuse you? Am I, good fellas, anybody, amusement? Okay, so. It's all right. That's fair. So thank you for this opportunity to present to you here. Today, I think we'll hopefully come out of this with some direction and action items. And so this is a conversation that most recently Councilmember McNair brought forward. But over the last, full transparency, when she brought it to me, I said, this is something that has come up at times and something that FCDC staff has always believed would be a great fit for our community. So as you're well aware, whether it's mega sites, super sites, new spec buildings, we are always working to increase our inventory of developable sites. And having families here, we think it would be a great place to add another amenity for our citizens, whether it's a water park, amusement park, or other attractions. So when we have something like that come along, we would proactively float it in front of all the names you would think of. Great Adventure, which is now merged with Cedar Point, or whether it's Great Wolf Lodge. But these types of projects, improve the quality of life for our residents. They increase our tax base, they provide jobs, and they enhance the overall marketability of the community. So, I think the thing to say, and I hope it's not the quote that comes out of this in the paper, but by putting it out that way, I know it will be. But if it was easy, it'd already be done. So we do put it out there, and I'm going to tell you now and jump ahead a little bit just to say that in some of the conversations I've had, we've grown and changed as a community. I think people talk about a water park that used to be here before. We had a lot of hoteliers and other projects, that, including amusement projects, that were looking at us pre-pandemic. Post-pandemic, hotels are different, interest rates are up. These types of projects are a little bit different. But when we talk about amusement and entertainment facilities and these types of amenities, I think that's something here. And speaking with experts in the industry, that means a lot of different things to a lot of different people. And so whether it's an amusement park, an indoor water park, an outdoor water park, an adventure park, an urban Ferris wheel, some of these are attractions, some are amusements, some are public, having a quasi-public facility side of things. So what I put before you here to say, and I know I'm rushing through this, and I can stop and back up, but I know you've had a long meeting. I see it there. I only got like 3 more slides, I promise. So when we talk about what is a win in your minds for this, I think, the reality comes into play is there's the size of the property. And so some of these projects, an indoor hotel-based water park, 5 to 10, 15 acres. You want, if we were able to land the next Carowinds, 300-plus acres. So that comes into play of what is a win, where in the community. Where is it going to be located? If you need 300 acres, that's probably along the interstate to get that kind of action. If you're looking for an outdoor water park, then close proximity to families and the folks coming off of Fort Liberty. If you're doing an indoor water park tied to a hotel, that's a little bit different story there. The cost of the investment in attraction can go from $15 million up to hundreds of millions of dollars. I should have put hundreds versus 200. And then I think one thing we want to talk about or come to some consensus on is who's that audience that we want to serve. And it's really, where does that emphasis lie? Is this something for our citizens that we're shooting for affordable, frequent use by families for liberty? Is this something we're looking to pull people off the interstate? Or is this something here that is a spectacular thing used every so often by visitors and residents alike? I think the other side of this is, if it was easy, it'd already be done. It will take, if you want to transform our relationship to the marketplace, you have to make a public investment of that side. So whether it's incentives, tax districts, or a variety of ways, what are we really willing to, as a group, say, yes, this is a long-standing investment we want to make. And cutting to the chase here, trying to balance out what we consider as a win. Is it an attraction? And I'll go through, we see some examples there. Is it an amusement park? Is it a water park? Is it an adventure park? And also talking about what we do not want to see. So I just back up for 1 second to say here, each of these would be a great amenity in our community. But they are radically different in terms of size, scope, cost, land, and location. You can only do so much with what you've got where you have it. There's also, even things that we can look at and talk about what represents us. This is the one on the left, completely my idea. I'm owning it, but that Can Do Carolina brand. If you look at an adventure park, there is a competitive rock climbing outdoors. If we had an elevated platform, could we have a reception area and a restaurant on top? A Red Bull. Now I'm a professional drowner, so it ain't going to be me, but I admire the men and women who go up there and jump off these heights. We've got the Cape Fear River. If we did something along the water, tied into. Not saying that's the way to go. I'm just showing some of the different ways you can go. And we've talked so far here, everything I've thought of until I started reading comments online was this was a private sector only venture with public investment. But then we start talking about folks here that are looking for, if I say it right, is it an natatorium? Am I saying it right? Where you go swim? Yeah. And they're going all the way to Raleigh to do that. Well, if we were to build, and I know I heard the county public park and rec side, but if we were to build one with public funds, then an indoor water park operated by a contract vendor could provide perhaps all or more of the maintenance and ongoing operation of that other side. So I guess what I'm really getting to say here, though, is I think it's a great idea, and I think that there is a lot of interest in this. But I would put to you as my recommendation is council coming together to try to find a win. I mean, in the few minutes I've been up here, I talked to everything about a platform with people jumping off the top of it to the next Carowinds on 95 and everything in between. They are all great. They're not all feasible, and they're also not all what I think you each envision for benefit to our citizens. So perhaps it's council coming back together with the CVB, the TDA, the Crown Complex, and other partners. And I think really it's going to be expensive. It's going to be an ongoing investment. If it was easy, it'd already be done. And even where you have much more wealthy communities, where you have maybe even higher traffic counts, you still don't have it. But I can say, talking to people in the industry, because of our age, because of our military connections, because we have a lot of people move in and move out, there's a real interest in us if we could find the right way to get there. And so I went really fast here, but ultimately I think figuring out what that win is, and then also, if it's something we want to do, bringing in an expert, I used experts twice, so I must have really meant it, but seek expert advice from those that understand the industry in our community as a potential market. And from the time this invitation came from Councilman McNair, I have been working up and down the connections, and there are people who, surprising to me, how robust the dialogue is around water parks, amusements, and attractions. And there are people who specialize in this, in putting together models, but ultimately, the conversation is going to come back to is what do you, as a council, want to see come out of this? That said, if you want to bring those folks in, there is a cost associated with that moving forward. I mean, I would say that to go through this and do it right, you're going to have to look at committing over the life of it up to $100,000 to get there, and there's no guarantees at the end you come to a consensus or that we come to success based on that consensus on there. But that is what it takes to get a market feasibility study, to get out there, to work through the process and put projects in front of potential partners. And with that, I'll take any questions. And I guess I probably didn't amuse you. So.
Okay, so I have Councilmember Benavente.
Help me understand, maybe making sure the cart doesn't come before the horse on this, because I understand that your corporation is always sort of open for business, and we're always sort of, receiving interest from folks who want to build here or bring jobs here. Are you suggesting that without a feasibility study, it's just that much more unlikely that we'll get interest? Or are there maybe ways for us to promote this idea without having to necessarily, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do. I would say it's actually probably one step further, is that unless you go out with a good market feasibility study and a commitment to engage in some level, not predetermined, not pre-negotiated, but that you are committed to some level of public participation, whether it's in the building of, supporting the operational of, revenue sharing in ways that you can. I think, honestly, from a market-based demand, it's going to be hard. We're growing. There are others that are growing too, and some that are growing at faster paces. So we have to look at it's just like Trader Joe's. Trader Joe's is going to be successful everywhere they go. Where do they pick the top 20, top 50 locations each year that they will be the absolute most successful?
Right, and I feel like we've maybe tasked your corporation in the past with, sort of going after certain industries, and we've had to, and again, just make sure I'm understanding this correctly, done market feasibility studies first, and I guess in some of those cases you've been able to do that because it was your area of expertise, and in this case, because it's a little bit of a departure, we might have to go shopping for one elsewhere. Is that my understanding?
You've distilled it well.
Okay.
It is actually, I'd say, a radical departure.
Okay.
If you want to talk to me about shipping logistics costs, unionization, wage rates, we've got that. You want to talk to me about the insurance dynamics of a roller coaster or the mandatory, upkeep of a Ferris amount, on that end, or what clientele use one more than often than others, or what's the price per ticket that would be reasonable to get a good ROI. Those are outside of my scope. And I also don't have contacts. No, I don't think anybody here in this community really has direct contacts with the people who actually make those investments and do those projects. And that's where the proper expert and consultant could help.
I have some discussion points, but I'll wait now for any other questions. I'll just defer.
Anybody else? Yeah. Councilmember Green?
Thank you. I'm going to be like y'all were when you're on council and talking about the school buses and the tractors and the trailers over and over again, because I feel like I've talked through this since about 1991 when we were FAEDC, and I was a very big volunteer in that group. So one of the things that I learned during that time is not only do you have to define what you're really looking for and what you want to be through the feasibility study, the identifiable site plays a huge role in that. Can you talk a little bit to that, please?
Yeah, I think in this case, when it comes to site, form follows function. We have great diversity of potential real estate here, from a 14, 15 acre in the city limits attraction that would benefit families to a large tract along the highway for a potentially larger facility. But what I would say is if your desires are to have something large inside the city limits, I don't have that. If you're looking to get a whole bunch of local families within a 15-minute drive, I don't have that in Eastover either. So it's about balancing out what type of attraction or which type of amenity you're looking to recruit, and then we can find the right parts of our community where we'll probably have multiple sites that could work. But it's kind of one or the other or both. You can do things in the downtown that might be used by people come to visit, but it's not going to be the same thing that you would do where you had a water park where you're looking to get school children out for their their swim day before the end of the year.
So Councilmember Hare.
Help me understand. I mean, I like the idea. I liked it when I first heard it, as I've liked just a whole lot of ideas that we've had over the years. But this is the first in a long time like this, even though I understand what you're saying. But tell me this here, how do we, and I guess council can help me with this, but when we still have the items that are somewhat on the table, I'm trying to understand how do we prioritize what supersedes what? And I say that to say, because I'm always hearing different things. But for example, we had that little rain just on Saturday. I was at an event and it flooded some streets of mine in the neighborhood. And I'm getting the calls as I'm walking into this event to speak. Or some other concerns I've got when I have issues where I still have people flushing into septic tanks. And I'm trying to understand. So how do we prioritize some of the big ticket things that we want and we have desires for? At the same time, we still have the needs that we all are talking about, and some that we talked about this evening. I just want to have that conversation.
And if I could, sir, I think that is exactly, as staff, I will say that what we were charged with and what we hope to do today is we went out, we did some work on what we have out there as far as potential opportunity. The feedback, I will say, from the consultants out there was honest, full transparency, better than I had expected. They had an awareness of us. They knew us. If this is something that you want to do, this is, the steps you'd have to take to do that. But only you can make that decision. I will say here that what we came back to you with is, if you want a consultant to go after this, I think we got some real opportunity out there. If you want to invest in it, I feel better, having looked into it, that it is not just my heart wants it, but that the market could support it. But where that ranks in your overall investments and time allocation, I can just say that it's got some potential.
Yeah, no, it has great potential. Like I said, and I do like it, but I can't not also know the things that I'm already faced with also from residents also.
So thank you, Councilmember Harris. So just to, I'm going to go back with Councilmember Green. I was on the Convention Visitors Bureau back in the 90s when we discussed having an amusement park out on 95. I mean, and we even talked about a film studio. So I'm not saying it's not a bad idea. I'm not saying that. The thing that I am concerned about, there's two things. When we decided to do the baseball field, we got on a bus. We got on lots of buses. We got on a Parks and Rec bus, and we started going around and looking as a council, and we went with the county commissioners, and we said, this is what we like, this is what we don't like, before we made any type of decision, and the only reason I believe that $45 million stadium happened is because the Astros came in and said, You build it, we will give you a 30-year lease. That's what put the nail in the coffin right there. You build it, we're going to pay you for 30 years. The other thing that I'm concerned about is that we saw how great the Parks and Rec bond was. We saw that Friday, but we still have a lot more, and we have to finish that, and we know how long it takes. So I think that we need to we have to stay focused. I know that people are really wanting an auditorium. We all got that letter from Parks and Rec Advisory Board, but I love the idea of what you're saying, that it could be combined. So, hopefully that the natatorium is coming to us, that we could have something that shows that is combined, that we can get it. But I guess the money part of it, I will say at the Mayor's Coalition meeting on Friday morning, we talked about regional. And it was interesting that the mayors were talking about downtown Fayetteville and how that maybe they would like to be part of helping us doing things downtown. And I will say Mayor Bellflowers was very interested in that, and I didn't realize that we collaborated with them, some with the police, for a function. So I think regional, we need to have that meeting, because I don't think there's land in the city we will take. And is it for us to fund this, or is it?
Conceptually, it would be, I think, and that is really up to you. I'm looking at city attorney, I'm looking at the city manager, and I don't know if I would want to own an amusement park if that's the route you go, or a high adventure water slide park. But now maybe in partnership, an auditorium with with something
Right.
that might be closer to a public amenity. Conceptually, for me, it has always been, because we're your private sector investment folks, it's always been, what's the least public investment we can do to get the private sector result we want? That is where I was approaching it, and that's where I would lean. Again, that's up to council.
Okay, I guess Councilmember McNair, is that what you were thinking? What was your vision? My vision was, were you wanting this to be a city function, a city build out, the city run it? That's my question. Was that what you were looking for, or?
No, the conversation I had with Mr. Robert here is that the city not run the amusement park, that we have partners, private partners. Then also, I've talked to several people this weekend, and if the money is the issue, the community is willing to participate in making this happen.
I'm sorry. So are you saying that we build it, the park?
That was the assignment for Mr. Van Geens here, to come up with the best route.
Yeah,
and I do believe he.
I not believed us build it so much as us incentivizing, whether it be the land development costs, some sort of ongoing participation. I think one of the biggest things you'd want to and need to, talking to any sort of project there, is the last thing you would ever want is a project to fail.
Yes.
And having it come up, be announced, everybody has a great time, but without that, I guess you'd say, backstop in year 7 and 8, nobody remember all the great years you had there with your family. They're all going to remember that it shuttered. And then people come out, the boo birds come out, and they go, well, we never can have anything nice. And, well, and that's because it's not easy. If it was easy, it'd already be done.
And then also, I wanted to say, in reference to her comment about, Mr. Hare's comment about moving ahead of the projects that we already have on the table, that is never our intention. Okay, all right. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Okay, got you. Since you brought it up, I thought maybe that's what you was insinuating.
So I am giving the meeting back over to the mayor. Welcome back.
Also,
Y'all
I
coulda continued
wanted
this
to
out.
ask, do we have,
Well,
you mentioned about property that we do not have. I have it written here. Do we actually, does the city own property, 473.75 acres along Shaw Mill Road?
Shaw Mill Road's in the county.
295 Bragg Boulevard.
That I believe, yeah,
Oh,
that
Swartz.
it is, while I would love to have already developed all over it, it is in the PWC water supply. It's part of their protective buffer on the aquifer that's required, so, you know,
Gotcha.
I mean,
It was a question for me, so I wanted to get that answered.
I'll ask again, but they're gonna tell me no. So, staff, on our side, we look forward to, if you'd like to go forward, how we consolidate down to a win, and then I think, again, that rough figure, somewhere between $75,000 to $100,000, if it's something you want to invest in pursuing a market feasibility study and engaging some experts.
All right. So, Council, if Mr. Van Gaines is finished, if there are no other questions, I guess there is two options. One, you can receive the information, or two, you can give direction for further action. And so I'll look to you for that. Councilman McNair, did you want to?
Say for further action. Meaning?
Well, whatever the next phase is. From what I understood, I missed the presentation, but you and I had talked offline, so I guess he kind of went through the different options about it. And he's saying now that obviously, just like any other large-scale investment, you need a feasibility study, which he's estimating between $75,000 and $100,000. I presume that's what you're talking about. And so I guess the further action will be see if there was a consent to do that or to do something different. Mayor Pro Tem.
Has the TDA, have you presented to them? Have they been part of this?
No, I mean, Devin's aware. Devin's fully aware. We've talked about this, but we've not formally done it. I would say, though, Mayor, even prior to engaging a consultant, and that is my first recommendation would be, if you want to go down this road, building some consensus around things like it needs to be in the city limits to be, acceptable, that we're open to these types of attractions, but also talking with the TDA and the Crown. I think that would be very wise, because if you go out there to consult and say, we'll take anything, you're going to end up with a result that you're not, that doesn't please you. So we'd want to have some parameters around that if there's consensus to go forward, and then coming out of that.
Okay, me again. So is it possible to have a meeting with all the planners involved so we can have the conversation?
Yeah. Well, where we're at now is I think we had asked, there was a consensus to have Mr. Van Gaines come back with information. So if there are further instructions, like to follow up meetings or to continue to pursue it or to look at feasibility options, then we'll try to get a consensus tonight to kind of give direction, just so we're clear. So if you can make a motion, that's your motion? You want to make a motion?
Yes.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion to have all the, let me get it right, the planners, the players to come together, and we could talk about how we can get this done, and if we can't get it done, then we're good riddance. But we're expecting to get it done.
All right.
I am at least.
All right. There's a motion by Councilmember McNair.
Yes.
To instruct staff to continue discussion with the players, planners, / any other. Is there a second to that? All right, Councilmember Hondros.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Would this be like a task force of sorts with someone from the city, someone from FCDC, somebody from CVB, TBD, and all the other acronyms to try to get this?
Well, I think
piece
before you
done, or
can
what are we
commit
doing?
that, I think somebody needs to have a conversation with the other stakeholders to see if that's something that they've prioritized. I know Devin is getting his feet under him, so.
Right, so I guess that's my question. So if we're not doing that, then what exactly, who is having this meeting that we're about to vote on?
You had a question, Councilmember?
Yes, I think my question would be, and what would be the purpose of that meeting? I think we heard from Mr. Van Giens that the real next step is saying whether or not you want to spend money to conduct a feasibility study.
Correct.
Are you going to TDA or TDE to ask them for 10% of that and going to the Crown to ask for 10% of that and going for someone else? Are we going out with our hat handout? Or what exactly is the ultimate expectation to come out of that meeting? Because if we're going to have a conversation, it's going to come to the same place that Mr. Van Giens said, which is you got to pay for a feasibility study. Are we asking them to help pay for it?
So you're saying we would be wasting time if we did that?
I'm saying that the real action that I think that would make your goal happen is to ask everyone to spend $100,000 on this.
Okay, gotcha.
You had a question, Mayor Pro Tem?
So I guess the point that I was trying to make is, to me, this seems like a TDA wheelhouse instead of a city wheelhouse, because this is going to put heads in beds, and that is their charge is to put heads in beds. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying we need to have the conversation with them, because if they're not on board with us, we need to.
Well,
they have to be on board for this to work.
Well, I guess the first, as Councilman Benavente kind of broke it down, the first question to answer is what's the action by this board? Now, nothing stops individual council member from going during a public meeting, speaking to Mr. Devon and seeing if there's any interest of his board. But tonight, if there's action of the board, that's the ask, which is, Mr. Van Giens has said that, from our point of view, if we're going to proceed, a feasibility study needs to happen, and he's given us the estimates of that. If we're going to hold in place until other partnerships are established, then that is the ask. But those are the two questions that we have, Councilmember.
So you're saying that a feasibility study should be priority
based on what
at this
he's
point in
saying?
time? Based on his, but since we asked him to come, so.
I would advise two things. I agree with getting those stakeholders involved, because without the CVB and the TDA on board, and I think whatever the representation from council's leadership needs to be part of that to come together on a direction. But ultimately, yes, with their input and your input, then the step after that would be, because here's the thing, if we went out and got a consultant today, who's running that show? I'll be honest with you. It's not, I can get your property all day long, but that's, I'd still say that's the TDA, the CVB, and you, because you have to be satisfied with the outcome. So whatever that nucleus is, that's a group that needs to get together, and then the CVB and the TDA, and we're here to support, but that's when you hire the consultant. I'm sorry if I muddied the waters.
All right, no. So, all right, it's pretty clear to me. Councilmember Banks McLaughlin.
My question is, if that passed with the feasibility study, what would be included in that feasibility study?
Conceivably, and it varies depending on the consultant, what you ask for, but conceptually, we narrow it down to what, when we being whoever's involved in, steering this, narrow it down to what you're looking to find out there with their input. They come in, they do a market feasibility analysis based on your community, what you can support, what that takes to have that type of operation in your community, and then you could take it from there to work out to an RFQ if you wanted to go out further, assuming it all balanced out where you've got, let's just pick a water park. Water park was, we have this, here's the demographics, here's a market study, here's what the market is doing and building and maintaining in communities, and where's the delta. And then they can eventually take you into packaging your project up to put in front of potential respondents to talk about an incentive package.
And who decides what goes on the feasibility study?
Y'all. Yeah. I mean, if you're paying for it.
Well, again, I mean, I think we're ending up back at the same point. Either if the council has an appetite to lead this, then that is what scenario Mr. Van Giens gave. If there is, I think, either option to go talk to TDA and to the Visitors Bureau to see if that is one of their priorities. They have a strategic plan. And so I think that we still would have to make a decision to instruct how to move forward. All right. Okay, council member.
So do I need to go forward with my motion or with your other one?
No, it's up to you. This is your initiative.
Oh, okay, I just want to make sure.
Mayor Colvin, if
Yes,
I
sir.
could, before Councilmember McNair makes an adjustment, I believe, Mr. Van Giens, in your presentation, you said what the next step ought to be. Are you now changing that to say, first do a meeting with all these partners and then get the feasibility study done?
No, and I apologize because I was going so quick. The number one thing was for you to define what is a win, what is acceptable, what your goals are. And I think that involves, if you wanted to go for the natatorium and an indoor water park, that's a very different stakeholder group than if you want to go after an amusement facility. But you need to come together with the input of those partner entities, consolidate down what is a win, and then go out to
Now,
consultants.
so you're saying, once again, for all of these folks to sit down and have this meeting and then perhaps as a unified front say that they want to spend $100,000 on a feasibility study? I'm trying to understand the order of operations again, because in my mind, those things would happen either concurrently or with a feasibility study third-party person running those discussions. Because who are we to have these discussions about what we want if we don't have an expert telling us what can even be had? So it still feels like the first step is to say yes to a feasibility study before we even bring in those partners. But now I feel like that's getting muddled.
I would say that there's such a difference between what is and isn't acceptable as a win, from an action park to a downtown Ferris wheel to a water park or amusement park. Those are very different things. And if there's division amongst council on that, when it comes time to incentivize that, we're not going to be successful. And so that's where, when it's such an uphill push, if we've got great variance in what is acceptable, we're not going to get there with the best consultant.
We're not going to get there with the best consultant. Okay, so you want us to say, to put some more, solidify this idea a little bit more with our partners before we go seek out the kind of consultant that we need? Or does the consultant help us figure that out because they can say what's available?
Let me intervene a bit.
Please.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, one is, this is not really what economic development's arm is supposed to be doing. It's city-county jointly funded to bring jobs and that kind of thing. And so I think really Robert brought us the initial phase. I don't know if, and what I think he's trying to say without saying it, is basically he is not set up and prepared and equipped to take this to the next level. So this will be a council-driven policy decision to whether, one, you want to move it further, and then two, what the next steps are to bring in the right parties to the table. And he's saying those parties are stakeholders who specialize in bringing people to our community in tourism. So that would be CVB and TDA. But I think he's returned with the information we've asked him to do, and I don't know that he has the next steps.
Yeah, if I could just add one thing. You could absolutely call one of these consultants today. But I would say, if the city council, maybe not divided, maybe together on something, goes out without those partners, then you're not going to get the same result as if you get everybody together and make them part of the process of bringing on a consultant. Does that make sense? I think you do need to meet with these other partners here before you go any further. Are they in? Is it one of their goals, yes or no? I'd hate for you to go down the road and go, well, we would have been part of that, or we would have liked to have been.
All right, Councilman Hondros.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think this is one of those situations where there's more than one way to skin a cat. Mr. Robert, please correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is, so what's the next step? It depends. If we as a council want to invest $100,000 on a feasibility study, then we could do that on our own. So the point in bringing the other partners in is to see if they want to partner with us on that cost. Further than that, and again, please correct me if I'm wrong, so if we decide to go with a downtown attraction like a Ferris wheel, you would hire one of these consultants. If you're going to do an indoor water park, you may hire one of these consultants. If you're going to do an outdoor water park, you may hire these consultants, because your feasibility study for each of those things is going to be different, so you need a different consultant. Is that fair?
That is largely
so
fair.
Without defining, do we want a 300-acre Fayetteville, Carowinds, or Disneyville? Then we need to hire this consultant. If we hire that consultant, but then at the end of the day, we just want a downtown Ferris wheel, we just spent $100,000 for this consultant. That's not,
That's assuming that there's $6 billion you want to spend $100,000 in the first place.
right, so I think the question's two. Does
All right.
council want to spend 100,000, or does council with partners want to spend 100,000? But before anybody spends 100,000, are we going to do an attraction, a theme park, or a water park, or
Well,
what?
and I think those are things that a feasibility would flush out to what you had a capacity to absorb. But I think the first step is, does council as a board want to move it further?
But part of a feasibility study is to see if a water park can make money, or a Ferris wheel can make money. So it's a different feasibility study for each
Right.
different attraction, or each different concept.
All right. So, Council, Mr. Hewitt, you had something in Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, sir. I would always say that, money's an issue. But if money were not an issue for the feasibility report, would council have a different discussion tonight? If it were not, if you had someone who was going to do the feasibility study for you and help you come to consensus around the types of park, the types of location, the types of facilities, if that 100,000 was not an issue tonight, would that be that council is interested in proceeding? It was a very specific. Would that help you? Because what I would say is, if that's the case, then all of the community partners that you were just speaking of, then it may be that you package it and you go to them and say, we have this great idea. Is someone interested in this? And if you are, then you get consensus to move forward. And then we put it out for an RFP around kind of what the partners, I think if you were to go to the TDA right now, the mayor said it best, they want heads in beds. That's what they want. If you were to talk to your Parks and Recreation Advisory Board, they want a water facility. Is that true, Michael?
Yes, sir.
If you were to talk to others, they may say they want a Carowinds in the Sandhills. And so around those ideas, if money were no option, if council says move forward, then we could go ahead and engage those partners.
But Mr. Hewitt, you can't say money to pretend money is no option when every time there's an initiative, money is an option.
No,
It's-
and
it's-
and Mayor,
it's
that's
a
not
huge part to take.
that's not what that's not what I'm saying. It's
Well,
just that it.
well, I guess so. Council, I'm gonna try to bring us back to a decision point, right?
Okay.
One is there a will of six or more to move forward that looks like engaging community partners and furthering this? Because out of this meeting will come whatever the board's decision is about this. And then, of course, the next step to those things will be to start spending money and staff time to further that, if this is a road that the board wants to go on. But council, I'll say this, let us remember, and I'm certainly supportive of amenities, right? And I think that there may be some answer in between all of this. But let's remember, the more and the deeper we bog down into some of this other stuff, I'm trying to make sure we're staying high level, remembering what our strategic plan goals were when we came out of there, to make sure that we're still hitting our mark to define who the community is and to define some of the big goals that we have. This is a part of it, for sure. But I guess the board needs to make a decision whether, we want to, so Councilmember McNair, you always have the option to go and to ask for a meeting with Mr. What's his name, Dustin?
Devin.
Mr. Devin. Introduce yourself and just tell them what you're thinking. You always have an option to go to their meetings and sign up to publicly speak like people do ours, or to talk to their board members. But today it's before us, council, to make a decision as to, Robo has delivered what we've asked. So now we've got to make a decision from here.
Make a decision to stick with my motion.
All right. So a motion
They
is
have
to...
the stakeholders
Okay.
come together.
All right. Is there a second to that? Second. All right. So it's been discussed, and it's been properly seconded by Councilman Benavente. Discussed. Councilman McNair. So the board would then move forward. You want to repeat that just for clarity for the clerks, because they're looking a little unsure. So I want to make sure they got the notes right.
I make a motion that we gather together our stakeholders and have them to come and present to council.
To present. What they're presenting, we're asking them to support something.
That we hear from them.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So that's the motion that you seconded, right, Councilman Benavente? Because you're shaking your head a bit. Yes. All right.
Is that
All right,
right?
council. Look to you for action.
staff to facilitate a meeting of the stakeholders?
Any direction from this board is going to engage staff to do something different.
Right, but is this directing staff to bring the stakeholders together?
Yes, yeah. So any action out of this board is going to be instruction for him and his team to start to facilitate
You don't
that.
want them to come here. We want to have a meeting with them.
Yeah, I'm gonna have a meeting.
All right. Council, look to you for your.
Yeah, I wanted to have the meeting.
All right, look to you for your votes on that.
You don't want to have the meeting?
All right, let's go.
Okay. Let's have the meeting.
All right, get 3 more votes, guys. What you got going on?
I got it.
All right, motion carries 7-3. All right.
Can I just can you give me clarity one more time on what, who's gonna be doing what?
Staff.
Staff is gonna go out and
Figure
bring
it
all
out.
the people together and talk, have a lot of time.
Look, this is not going to cost us $700,000.
No, it's gonna cost us staff time during budget season.
Yeah. All right, moving on to the next item, council.
Mayor's item.
All right, council, real quick, this is, it'll take less than a lot of time. We won more All-American City Awards than any other city on the East Coast. Oh. All-America? Okay, all right. Well, I was reading what I was typed, but All-America City Award. But council, you go to other places. I was in Charleston. They have these banners throughout all the city that say All-American City this year, this year, this year, this year. We've won it more than anybody else, and we don't have anything. Now, I know Jody is working because the company had a way to do it at no cost, which was to engage a group or some partnership with a group that comes in and sells ads to the businesses to say, hey, do you want to be listed on this list? But I think this is an investment we need to make in our community to positively highlight it. I think it should be on the website. I think it should be on correspondence to go out. You know, 4-time All-America City Award winner or whatever. But this is the simple ask. Is just we need to start promoting it. You know, we get enough bad rap. So that's the ask of today is just to work, allow them to place this abroad, particularly banners. That's it. All right. I guess we'll look to the boards for a vote. Yeah, it was just to invest in banners. I guess they'll tell us how much the banners cost. We put the brackets on the poles throughout. We had PwC do that probably 5 years ago, and we never use them. So
They stay out permanently or just for a certain period of time?
it's what, yeah. No, you know, like Methodist College has the banner that says Methodist when you ride by there on the poles. They look like that.
Okay, so that would be permanent.
Yeah, permanent until they take them out. Yeah. Yes, ma'am. It's going to probably so, yeah.
Probably so?
Probably so, yeah.
Oh, yeah, okay, that's what I thought.
That's what councilmember requests do.
Yeah, exactly.
But after they come back with it, then we're going to have to make a decision.
Right,
right?
yes.
So that's where your
Always required the time,
that's where your
right?
thing was. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
That's what I thought.
All right,
I was a
council, we'll
bit
look to you for
confused
your
there for a
votes on that.
Gee.
All right.
This stuff is simple.
Who are we missing, Jen? All right.
What?
So she's affirmative.
No. Since we all going to be using the staff's time.
All right. All right. Thank you, council. Mr. Hewitt.
We all going to be using the staff's time.
As we transition over to going into closed session, I think you've got things ready for them. Tomorrow is a very special day. It is Mayor Pro Tem's birthday. So did want to recognize that.
Yes, my last year in my 50s.
Y'all gonna sing to her? Don't want to do it like that? Day to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Mayor Pro Tem. Happy birthday to you. Woo!
There's a great cake that we all have to cut before we leave.
All right. Happy birthday. All right. So, what was this motion to go into closed session? We're going over here? Yes, sir. All right. Let's head over. All right. So, motion by Councilman Benavente, second by Davis. All right. Those in favor? Closed session. All right.